What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I'm here with you guys today, man, and I want to go over the disclaimer. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. These are live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. Today is March 27, 2023, and we're looking at the SPY QQQs, IWM, DIA, VIX, Microsoft, Netflix, Amazon. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't been live here in a while the market's been open, so bear with me here. It feels brand new, man. It's been a whole year since we've been live. We've been doing recaps. If you've been catching the recaps, shout out to you. But we just caught up here with the market. It is 11 a.m. The Euro close is about to approach us in about 30 minutes, 11:30 a.m. The market is moving here to the downside. It did gap up here. The market gapped up at 9:30 a.m. It gapped up about $2 or $3 over the whole entire board. But after that, you know, it just showed weakness. And like I said, it looks like it's look, this right here is the SPX. Okay, so as you can see right here, you guys, we are live. Like I said, we're just catching up. The market is open right now. You can buy and sell and trade. But right here, you see this little gap right here. This is going to be a big scenario here. They already kind of technically filled it here, but not all the way. You still got about probably like what, this level left to finish. So looking at if the SPX come back down here, look at the stocks to break down a little bit more. If it channels here, it did gap up. If it stays here in this channel, just looking at the SPX to go back up here towards 39.92, where the selling pressure took place at the most. So that's what these are levels we're looking at right now on the SPX, you guys. The NASDAQ, same, gapped up. It's selling right now. You see it's down. I think all the indices, the NASDAQ just flipped from green to red. The S&P 500 is still up barely green here, about 18%. The Dow's up about 0.47%. So mixed market right now, a mixed market. We do got some videos and data coming out here shortly. I'm sure the White House will be live, so we're gonna catch up with everything, man. It's been a while, so like I said, man, we back live today. I found some time to go live with you guys today, so we're gonna have some fun with it, man. But we are live. Keep in mind it's earnings tomorrow and stuff like that. BioNTech did have earnings. It looks like the Medicare, healthcare sector, all that healthcare, COVID stuff, all that BioNTech, it looks like it's starting to wear out. So BNTX ticker symbol, BNTX ticker symbol. You guys can type that in when you get a chance. It looks like I already have it over here, so I'm gonna pull it up over here. Here it is right here. This is the chart. They had earnings this morning, like I said. The market gapped up, but they gapped down here with their earnings. So this is where they gapped down at here, and they opened up right here at this level at about $120. So they're at a critical support, the BioNTech, or it's either like you got to start zooming out year to date. And if we zoom out year to date, this is the lowest it's ever been, you guys. So they're making lower lows, and they really got to zoom in out about 5 years here. Like I said, go back to what, March 2021 is when all the rally started with this COVID-19 stuff, and since then, you know, it hasn't really been one. It's been coming down here. It's sold off here, and it's really just been consolidation here, right here in this bracket right here. But they did just touch a new low today with their earnings reporting, so keep an eye on them, man. Like I said, they're expecting the price to go lower. Right here, expects lower 2023 COVID-19 vaccine revenue as fourth quarter results drop. So they're actually expecting to go lower. I would keep an eye out on this name right here. It's a healthcare stock, like I said, Moderna. I think they got earnings coming up soon. So if BioNTech is going down, you got to kind of expect the same for Moderna, man. For real, you got to kind of like match them up and compare the two. But I think investors are really going to try to take this break below this area here to the downside on BioNTech, and they might even try to take it back down to just all of this right here. So these levels right here, they're kind of right here now, about 108, 110. Possibly that's looking long term, and just hoping that the momentum continues to the downside on that earnings play, you guys. But the market is open. We are in the green on the S&P 500, still in the Dow mixed up. The NASDAQ is still down about 0.16%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.68%. The VIX is actually down 0.37%. So mixed market right now. The volatility is down. It is actually trying to go up, but it is down right now currently. So that's what we're looking at right here. This is where the VIX is at right here currently. They did just hit a top right there, 2173. You saw us having a little pullback. So this is right here in the channel, just trying to see what the VIX is going to do. If the VIX keeps spiking up like this, you guys just continue to think about selling pressure. If the VIX is going to keep spiking up like this. Now, if the VIX pulls back here and comes back to this area of 20, expect the stocks to go back up here to the upside. So this is what we're looking at right now. Netflix is in its own market right here. They had a bullish pop this morning, and it's just holding right now. It's just holding. They're actually selling off right now. They're selling off at the support level where things took off. So they can consolidate right here, or it might give up all of those gains and come back down from the gap up, you guys, at 325. So that's what we're looking at right now on Netflix. But we'll see. We'll see. We're just watching everything, like I said. Let's check around the market and see what's live, what's happening. If we got some economic data, I can get to you guys here. Let's see. Don't see anything yet. I know the White House will be going live here shortly. But I don't see anything right now. It looks like just everybody just kind of trading from their own live streams right now. But ain't that wrong with it. So we're going to take a quick bathroom break, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are live today. Haven't been live in a while. Welcome back. Shout out to everybody, who held it down during that time period where LCAOD wasn't live. You feel me? Nothing big particularly was going on. Just had a lot of stuff to catch up and, do. So this is where we're at right now. But we're going to take a quick bathroom break. We're going to listen to Yahoo Finance and see what they're talking about. And we'll be right back.
$69 US Special Forces device turns men into beasts. It emulates 54,000 crunch. It's acutely, I think, that is not necessarily, doesn't necessarily have the same sort of expertise with that type of client and with that type of activity in the region. I don't think that you're going to see the same sort of flow through with lending. Also, the bank, as we just saw with the Fed balance sheet, there's a lot of credit that's been extended to banks, but it's much more expensive than it was before all this stress sort of started to accumulate. So I believe that to the extent that there is continued lending, it's going to get more expensive for small businesses. They're going to be operating in an environment that is not the same sort of nominal growth environment that we had in 2022. It's going to be much more challenging. And as I said, it's just going to be much more expensive. There's very little, expectation that they're going to be able to continue to hire the same way that they have before.
So then how much is riding on the jobs data that's coming out? Because obviously you have a very tight labor market. The Fed has had to worry about financial stability plus inflation as well. What are the expectations there?
So it seems like expectations are that they're going to kind of continue to trend sideways. We've seen very, very significant layoff announcements from big tech firms since November of last year. Multiple tens of thousands from Amazon and Twitter, et cetera. And yet, when you look at the jobless claims data for the last several months, it's really been almost dead flat. And there's a couple of reasons why that might be. It could be, packages for letting people go. It could be that they're finding a job really quickly afterwards. But my sense really is that they're not letting as many people go as they say. Essentially, they're making the announcements to try to appease stockholders, but waiting as long as possible to actually let people go because they struggled so much to find these people during 2022 and during the expansion. So I think we're running to the end of that. I think that it's been easy to sort of look at how that went in the past and assume that it's going to continue. But as credit conditions continue to tighten and economic prospects continue to weaken, I think that there's just going to be little else in terms of options for these companies to try to save some costs. Thus, we will see an increase in layoffs. The question, of course, is does it come this week? It may, because we're now 2 weeks away from what was the collapse of SVB. We could start to see the ramifications of that in this more small cap tech sector, but it remains to be seen.
And Thomas, what about global catalysts that you're watching? I mean, we saw the ECB pushing ahead with rate hikes, but then you also have this hope that people had for the Chinese economic rebound as well. How is that influencing what we're seeing in the US?
Well, it is. I would term it as hope, just like you did, in terms of looking at what's going on in China, because it seems like that's been a theme for growth expectations for the last six months or a year, and it really hasn't come to fruition just yet. I think that the U.S. is more insulated from global factors than it has been in the past. I'm really much more concerned about this issue with the banking system, not so much in terms of continued failure, but just as banks find their way forward, how much less likely are they to be lending? We've already seen a lot of trending tighter lending conditions since Q3 of 2021. We're already essentially at levels that are consistent with a recession in terms of how tight lending standards are. I have to imagine they're going to get tighter still from here, and that overwhelms most of what's coming in from overseas, I would say.
I'm certainly keeping an eye on that. Thomas Simons there, thank you so much. Economist at Jefferies, thank you for joining me this morning. All right, turning now to some trending tickers that we're watching. We're taking a closer look at crypto. Now, Bitcoin and its contemporaries could see a boost in emerging markets as a way of hedging against bank instability. CNBC reporting on its use in Africa, where it's used by the unbanked and the underbanked to carry out daily transactions. Cryptocurrency is also getting a second wind as bank instability forces customers to take a hard look at methods of holding liquidity during a bank run. All right, coming up, taxpayers may be on the hook for roughly $90 billion in Silicon Valley Bank securities and other assets that were not included in the sale. We'll discuss next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. We're back from the quick little break. So as you can see, you saw what he was talking about, man. The banks. The banks is still the key. The bank is still the overall key here for everything going on, and that's happening around the market, entire market right now. It's gonna be that way. I feel like it's gonna be that way for a while, man. Bank runs, you feel me? You had these. So basically, what's going on? If you're new to this, what's happening with the banks, man? A lot of small banks are collapsing. They're taking their deposits, they're taking their money out of the small banks and they're moving them to the big banks. And apparently, they have moved about $100 million to $1 billion out of these small banks into the big banks. So they're just trying to see how it's going to balance out and how things are going to pan out here for that much money just moving from bank to bank like that. You know what I'm saying? It's taking a toll on the FX. It's affecting the stocks because when people pull their money out of these companies, it affects the share price. The share price goes down instantly when they pull these big chunks of money out of these banks. So the Fed is basically trying to pump liquidity into the banks. They're doing some little deal with the banks where they're helping them pump liquidity into the banks to keep everything at ease and keep things steady. First, Republican Bank, they went crazy this morning. They pumped a lot of liquidity into that bank. I'm about to show you guys that chart. It's FRC. So First Republic Bank, you guys, man, wow, they had a huge move. Matter of fact, it wasn't even FRC. It was, excuse me, hold on, let me get it actually correct. FRC is the one that collapsed first, so a lot of tension and eyes are on them. But the bank, First Citizens Banks. I'm sorry, I apologize. So it's FCNCA ticker symbol. FCNCA ticker symbol. First Citizens Bank. They had a tremendous amount of liquidity pumped into their banks this morning. You see this huge gap right here, you guys. They closed Friday at 582. They gapped all the way up here, it looks like, to this first dot at 700. So they gapped all the way up to 700. Boom. It kept going all the way up, really, in pre-market till $948. It opened up here, right here at 9:30 at around about $867. They had a little bit of selling, but it's consolidating, you guys. It's holding up in the air. It's right now it's at $858. So about look at that move right there, you guys. That's a huge move to the upside. That's almost a $300 move with a bank. So this is what I'm talking about. This is what everybody's keeps tuning in for. If you go look at these contracts on this company right here, First Citizens, man, these calls are up like 6,000, 7,000, 70,000%. Like, it's crazy right now. So actually this bank in particular really caused this gap up today. It's going to be key for it to hold. You know, if it doesn't hold right here, it's going to tell the Fed a lot that, you know, okay, maybe we need to pump our brakes on pushing so much liquidity to you guys. And basically people are taking this money, they're buying the dip and getting right out of it. So it's no point to keep doing that. It needs to consolidate now and try to hold strength to the upside if things are okay. But if things are panicky and things are people are still nervous about it, they'll continue to collapse and bank runs will continue. They'll continue to go to the downside. So just keep that in mind. $300 is a huge move, you guys. It's really almost $500 move right there, technically. So if it lose this 200, it's up 46.42% right now. If it lose $270.45 by Friday, the banks are in trouble, and this is going to give everyone the answer that they're looking for right here. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, this is First Citizens Banks. Keep an eye on Wells Fargo. Keep an eye on First Republican Bank. JP Morgan, just the small banks like that, you know, Silicon Valley Bank, all that. Just keep an eye on every bank because, like I said, that's really what's moving the market right now, you guys. It really is. So, SPX still selling here. Looks like it's still in the bearish channel here. Like I said, that was your top right here of the day so far. It did touch 4,000, but got rejected again instantly at 4,002. So, we're just looking out for that level right there. There's no buying when it gets here. There's just no buying at all. It's like everybody like they just start selling. They just start taking profit. So we're down here now, right here. SPX is moving. Let's see what the Nasdaq is doing. They're still selling. The Nasdaq is down about $41. Like I said, they hit their high right here, $12,838, and now down here they dropped about $100 here so far. So just keep in mind, man. It's very volatile right now. Still, the VIX is moving. Everything's moving high. It needs to move. So the market is open. The banks is definitely the key here. I'm seeing headlines. Trump holds first campaign rally since announcing White House bid. So Trump 2024, you guys. Trump is trying to get back into the action. He's trying to take over the presidential candidate, the campaign rallies here. He held his first rally since announcing the White House bid. So it looks like Trump 2024 is back, you guys. Trump 2024 is back. And they're showing videos, and they're talking about it right now over the news. And he looks like he had a rally this weekend, bro. Make America great again. Oh, man, I didn't know this. So it's getting real. He's sitting down with policymakers and business makers. And it looks like they're recording on private jets, and they're having big conversations. And it looks like a lot of people are still supporting Trump. So, that's coming back around. Keep in mind, though, he's still being investigated, though. So, you know, Trump speaks with reporters following rally. So he just spoke with the reporters basically following the rally that he had over the weekend. Man, yeah, that's one headline to be looking out for. Nothing really that can move the market, but just something to keep an eye out on. You know, Trump got a big stake when it comes to money and financial situations, and definitely in the stock market and crypto market. So just keep in mind about that. You know, he might have some surprising news by the end of the week. But Biden is still currently your president, you guys. Biden is your president. That's all you worry about. So, yeah, man, that's where we at right now. What time is it? It's 11:19 a.m., though. Euro close is about to approach us in about 10 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break, catch some news here, and we'll be right back.
Want a lawn that looks like this, but your lawn looks a little bit more like this? Then you should click right here and check out True.
The languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, The sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
Their stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university, and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities.
I think in part a reflection of its legacy, its history of really terrible problems. The bank is on much stabler footing than it was 5 or 10 years ago, for sure. That being said, it is still a giant bank with a lot of legacy problems on its balance sheet. And I think that makes it vulnerable in times when there's a crisis of confidence. But again, I think this is more than anything a reflection of the fact that in Deutsche Bank. And so I think it's a normal, natural, kind of automatic place for people to look for the next sign of trouble.
As you mentioned, they're not quite as poorly positioned as Credit Suisse with its own headaches and scandals as well. New York Times business investigations editor David Enrich, thank you so much for joining me. All right, checking here on the markets, sponsored by Tasty Trade. Still a mixed picture for the major indices. As you can see there, the Nasdaq still having a little bit of extra losses there as we head into this 11:30 hour. We see that it's down about 24 points. The Dow, though, up about 150 points, about 0.5%. Similar territory. We're seeing the S&P still in that same range it was earlier, down about 0.2, up about 2.2% there. Just barely, though, up about 7 points. All right, coming up, the US government's deadline to remove TikTok from its devices is approaching this week. We break down what to expect as the clock is ticking for the talk.
SVB hearing.
Major economic data.
And some heavy hitters reporting earnings.
It is a busy week in the markets. Here's what you need to know. For the first time, members of Congress will grill top banking regulators over the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. Expect leaders from the Fed, FDIC, and Treasury Department to testify on Tuesday and Wednesday as lawmakers try to get to the bottom of why the banks failed. Wall Street will be watching this week for the latest round of economic data. How is the overall economy doing? We'll find out with the latest GDP report, along with inflation and housing numbers. And big-time market movers Walgreens, Carnival Cruise Line, and Lululemon are primed to post their quarterly earnings. We'll get a good look at the consumer with these reports. Yahoo Finance will break down all of these stories.
TikTok watches the clock. The US government's deadline to remove the social media app from its devices is approaching this week. But in Europe, where that government's deadline passed on March 20th, European Parliament ministers are finding the apps too hard to quit. Here with more, Yahoo Finance's Dan Howley. Hey, Dan.
That's right, Rochelle. We're seeing reports that some of these parliamentarians are keeping the app or see the app as a means to communicate with a younger generation of voters. And so they will continue to use them either on their own devices or some other means, but not on their official devices where they're supposed to be getting rid of the app. And this is something that you might see here in the US as well. The app is banned from being used on people's phones who are in the military. Different states have banned the app on different official devices, but it doesn't say anything about personal devices. And so there are some members of Congress, at least, that are pushing back against a ban. We had Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez kind of put out her first TikTok defending TikTok itself, saying that, this is a leap forward that we're not ready to make, that they haven't done enough investigation. There's no clear evidence that there's any wrongdoing on China's part when it comes to TikTok or Americans' data. So we'll probably continue to see this kind of back and forth approach between some people who do think that the app is truly a threat to national security and others who see it as a means to get in touch with the younger generation and get their voices out there, especially as we start pulling into the election season.
I mean, you figure if you're trying to get, especially to the younger voters, that's where you're going to find them. You're going to find them on TikTok. So understandably hard to quit. Dan Howley there, thank you for that update. All right, now time for today's chart of the day. BofA's Fund Manager Survey from March reveals investors are bullish on cash and bearish on U.S. equities as an asset class. Now, this comes as banking fears continue to drive investors to safe havens on the heels of the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. For the month, investors were most bullish on cash, emerging market equities, and alternative investments. After equities, they were most bearish on discretionaries. Well, let's continue the conversation on China's tech sector with a look at its sometimes testy relationship with the Chinese government. Jack Ma back in the spotlight for his return visit to China, this even as he keeps a distance from business after disappearing from public view. Joining us now, Ray Wang, Constellation Research Principal Analyst and Founder. Good to see you, Ray. So first we want to start with Jack Ma's return here. What does that signal? We know that China wants more private business on board.
Well, they've had to have Jack back. Without Jack in the area, I think a lot of people were wondering if the private enterprises were going to be supported, and having the biggest and most popular figure out in Japan, hiding out for the last year or so, was not a good image.
Indeed. I mean, but when you look at where tech is headed, especially when we look at that BofA survey, a lot of people overweight in cash, really pulling away, though, from tech and some of these U.S. equities. Give us the lay of the land and what's happening with tech sentiment right now.
I think it's actually a little bit different. I saw the fund manager report you put up there, but tech has gone through a reset, right? Interest rates have gone up. We've seen that affect valuations. The valuations basically then drove in to see what was happening with earnings. Earnings were down and everybody decided to put in the job cuts because they had overhired, right? But even when we look from 2019 to where we are today, most of the tech companies are still up 20 to 25% in hiring, but they had really overhired, over anticipating where the market was. And then there's been cuts in R&D. But what's been going on with the banking crisis, it's basically led to a flight to safety. And so startups are under a cash crunch massively. The IPO market is pretty much dead, right? The banking crisis basically put liquidity on hold, and the VC liquidity is also another issue. But what's going on is there's a flight to Matana stocks. Why? Because there's large cap, high volume, safe, and consistent double-digit growth rates. They've got strong cash balances on sheets. And of course, there's a big revolution in the AI space where data going forward, the companies that have the data, that has the networks, are going to be in a good position. And so if you look at the NASDAQ, it's up, right? We're talking about a pretty healthy up case where we're looking at somewhere it's up about 14%. I don't know where the market is now, but it looks pretty flat. And that's about a $7.8 billion market cap for the top 6 stocks.
And so, Ray, for people who aren't familiar, Matana includes Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, Amazon, Nvidia, and Alphabet. And we know that that was the replacement for FANG stocks. Can Meta get any love, though, in this environment, the F that was in the FANG stocks?
The Meta may come back. I think what we have to see at Meta are a couple things. If you look at their valuations, it's below $1 billion, right? That's been a huge cut. And it's mostly because of the investment towards the metaverse and the lack of growth on subscribers and ad revenue. But maybe Meta will come back. But they are in a good pace, especially if you're looking at a rebound in terms of where they are, but not as a index where the Matana stocks come into play.
And obviously, we've been hearing a lot about generative AI and this sort of race to be first and to be best, even though obviously still a lot of glitches to work out. But you noted that Microsoft, Google, and Amazon are using generative AI to lift their cloud business. What are the expectations there?
Well, there's a lot of anticipation that this boom in AI is going to use a lot of compute power. And that means anyone that's in that space requires more compute power for AI to happen and for the storage of data. Microsoft, Google, and Amazon are the 3 biggest in terms of the public clouds, but there are also other winners. NVIDIA with their GPU chips play a big role in terms of where AI is headed. And there are other companies that have done really well in terms of building very good cloud infrastructure, like Oracle, for example, has done a good job. There are applications in the world of C3 AI that's done a good job. And even Adobe, if you look at what they're able to do, not just in their creative cloud business, but also in their experience cloud and digital experiences overall. And so those are companies that are poised to do well in this AI boom. Those companies that don't have an AI play are going to be left out in the cold in this next round.
You mentioned NVIDIA. Obviously, a lot of talk here about what happens with US and China in terms of tech competition there. Chip makers under some pressure. We saw that the Commerce Department recently announced some of these guardrails that if you're receiving some of this funding, it does limit your ability to expand into China, your capacity out there. What is the smart approach here then? If you're a chips investor, but you're sort of stuck in the middle between what the US and China might do?
I think you have to bet on the fact that AI is going to create demand. NVIDIA, AMD are going to be in good spots. TSMC, given the plants that they're building, that diversification of where chips are going to be built is going to play a big role in the future expansion. You're not going to see that right now in this cycle, but in the next chip boom cycle, you'll see that as AI consumption is up. That means data centers are going to buy more chips, and that means other companies are going to need much more compute capacity.
And Ray, I always watch you on Twitter. You're always at all the conventions, getting really a pulse of what investors are doing and what founders are doing. What are some of the top 3 themes that you're seeing as you go about your travels?
Yeah, so one of the most interesting things that's been going on is, as we've been talking about ChatGPT and what's happening with AI, we're starting to realize how much data we need and how much compute power that's going to be required. There's a lot of interest right now. We're in the beginning of that hype cycle, but what we're going to see over time is that data sets become important and companies will start hoarding data sets or creating unique data sets. We often joke, right? Topgolf was bought by Callaway, and potentially what could be happening is Callaway now has the biggest collection of really bad swing data. Now, what could you do with bad swing data? You can make better golf balls and better golf clubs. And that kind of unique data sets are going to be there. And that's an exponential advantage compared to other companies. These are companies that we call data inc businesses. And you're going to see more and more of these data inc type businesses pop up. The second thing is really around automation and where we're going to head. And we're going to see a lot of human augmentation for quite some time because there's a lot of information that actually has to be processed. And what that means is, right, we're going to get to error rates of about 9%, 3%, 2%. And so a 98% accuracy is great when you're not doing anything that impacts humans or causes healthcare issues, right? And we're going to be searching for that last piece. And that human training with machine data is going to come, it's going to be very, very important. And then the last piece I think that we keep seeing across the board is really the need for some level of AI ethics, right? Where we can actually see the algorithms, that they're transparent. We can explain bias when it happens and we can prevent it and reverse it when it's not supposed to happen. And of course, we're going to have more human training. And if you want to actually make sure everything's okay, you start with a human and you end with a human so that the machines don't take over.
The machines don't take over. That is always that ultimate fear. Thanks to movies like Terminator. Well, thank you very much,
Indeed.
Ray Wagner, Constellation Research Principal Analyst and Founder. Always good to see you. Thank you for your time. All right, coming up, first, Citizens Bank announces a deal to acquire a portion of SVB, but have firms fully begun to feel the impact of the banking crisis? We discuss next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So the euro close, it just happened 2 minutes ago. The European market is closed. You see you got a little pop here to the upside, a little small pop to the upside, trying to just get off the bottoms. It was at the low of the day here. It just about before the euro market closed. But as you can see, you know, he was talking about the AI stuff, a lot of important stuff. We're going to tune back in and see what the new deal with the small banks got going on, because we do want to hear that. Market's mixed up right now. As of right now, the NASDAQ is still down 0.17%. The SP 500 is up 0.30%. The Dow is up 0.48%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.48%. And the VIX is down 1.43%. So volatility is kind of leaving the market slightly, a little bit. But it's really a pullback from the highs of the other day. Remember, the VIX opened up at right here at this level, $20.41. It sold off to what, $20.99, and it had a little bullish breakout. Right now, it's still in it right now at about $21.80, and it's currently at $21.69. So the volatility is actually trying to rise here slightly back to the upside, and if that continues, you'll see more downward pressure here on the stocks and the ETFs. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind, man. But we do want to hear what they got to say about the banks here. That's going to be very key. As you can see, he was saying about the AI stuff. It is the future, man. It is definitely the future. You know, a lot of people going to be late to it, but it is what it is. He called out some names that won't be late to it, like what he say, NVIDIA and all them, AMD. They'll be like one of the first ones. So just expect more price action with them. With those names, with that AI stuff happening. Cryptocurrency today looks like Bitcoin is selling off. Bitcoin's down about $1,040 from its highs. It's down about 3%. I'm seeing those numbers tick really fast. Bitcoin is really volatile right now. Ethereum, let's see where they're at. They're down about $64, down about 3% as well. So Ethereum, crypto is pulling back today. The market's kind of selling off. from the gap up. It's trying to fill that gap. It's trying its hardest, but it hasn't completely filled it yet on the SPX. Let's look. So it didn't fill it completely. It hit 3973. The gap fill is actually 3972.75. So they will technically say they did fill it here, but it kind of didn't, but they did. So who knows? The gap is technically it's filled, but it's off by about $1. So that's why you're seeing the SPX catch bullish momentum right back up here. This must be an area of support. That's what that's signaling right now. It's at 3981, so we're just trying to look and see if it breaks back above 3988, or is this thing going to come down? This is your new top, and it's going to come back down here to about 3974. So that's what we're looking at right now on the SPX. The NDQ, same levels here, same levels, different numbers. Just looking for it. It definitely sold off. It filled the gap. Where we at right here? NDQ is actually in a gap right now. Currently, they're in a little gap fill. So just looking to see if it's going to break back above 12,741, or is this the top right here? It's going to sell back to the low of, what, 12,702. So that's what it's looking at right now. It's at 12,718. Getting some selling pressure currently right now. I see a big red candle here. Yeah, it's looking like a lot of the market's mixed. But it feels weak. It looks weak. But keep in mind, we got the senator tomorrow. She's going to be speaking about the bank crisis recently that just kicked off about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot going on tomorrow. It'll make this market very volatile. Is basically keep up the volatility. Today is just kind of chill, man. For real, you don't really got nothing too much going on moving the market. The market is just kind of just going off a gap up and just looking at the banks and just trying to hold its gains. But like I said, it's low. It's a mixed market right now. It's low greens. It looks like it wants to flip red here. We don't know yet, not quite yet. Triple Qs is all that. It's coming down here. We're having a sell off right now. The European market kind of sold it here. Back to the lows here. The low of the day on the Triple Q is 309.26. So just looking for it to break below that. Right now it's at 309.68. So we'll see on the Triple Qs. We're still looking. Netflix is kind of getting its gains back from that huge rally this morning. They're right here now. So all of this is kind of like X'd out. None of this is in play anymore right now until you can get back above 332. They possibly will be in play. As of right now, we're just looking at this to be the top here on Netflix and just trying to see where it's trying to fill the void here. Is it at 3 right here, 328, or is it lower at 325? So that's what Netflix is looking like it's trying to do right now. We're just trying to figure it out here. Microsoft is coming down. Microsoft selling off. They had a top, what 281. That's true resistance now. It sold off. We're right back. We're all the way back down here right now at 277, you guys. So Microsoft is selling. The Dow DIA, they're trying to hold its gains up here. As you can see, gapped up with everybody else here. Gapped up. Kind of filled it here. Almost. Technically not really. They didn't feel it. But they're right here just stuck at 324. So just looking forward to consolidate back to 325 and try to retest those highs of the day. From the gap up. If not, definitely fill the gap back down here to 322. That's what I'm looking at on the Dow right now. Just still looking while the market is open. IWM, where we at? 172.90. So they're at that key level at 172.90. Just looking for it to, break above 173 here. Let's keep this bullish momentum. The high of the day, remember, it was 174. So really looking forward to get all the way back above that. But if not, just looking forward to break at least $1 more here. Retain his gains. To the downside, the low of the day right here is 172's 37. So it did gap up as the rest of the market from here to here. That's where we at right now. So just looking forward to actually, like I said, if it's bullish momentum like right now, I'm seeing just keep this momentum going back to 174. If not, I'm seeing the more downside pressure to fill the gap below 172 back to 170. All right, she's about to talk about the startup ecosystem as vibrant as ever after SVB collapse. Calls talking. Let's tune in.
Thank you so much for joining me today.
negotiating table. But not only that, but how did Sean get to that presidential seat? Well, for one, this was the first election that was open to all union members. And not only that, it was a really close battle against his opponent, Ray Curry, who was the former head of the union. And not only that, there are some reports that Sean had some of his allies in the executive board. So that could have steered a little bit of the direction in favor to him. But not only that, this was also a runoff election from November's vote. There was a lot of discrepancies and scrutiny against those results. But not only that, we have to put it into perspective, right? What the union really wants is they want change. And to give you some context, before this election with Sean Curry, let's talk about him. Ray Curry was appointed president in 2021 because federal investigators found a lot of corruption within the union. So they booted the former president at that time. So already two presidents prior to Ray Curry, have been in jail. They're serving time due to this corruption within the union. But Sean's whole campaign, like you said, is taking that being confrontational in that contract negotiations, and especially being very persistent when it comes to wages and benefits. So we'll have to wait and see how this all plays out. But not only that, Sean has been in the union for over nearly 3 decades. So he definitely knows what he's talking about.
So then in terms of what this means for some of these Detroit automakers, some of these legacy brands, what sort of timeline are we looking at here for negotiations?
Well, negotiations already started January 5th, but the contracts end September 14. And their biggest sticking points revolve around their 2-tier wage system, as well as their benefits. And not only that, they really want to win back some of their cost living adjustments. And job security is their number one thing, because you have to put it into perspective. A lot of these car companies are moving and shifting to electric vehicle production. So they really want to be safe and secure with that.
Certainly be interesting to see how this plays out, because we know, as we've said, he's going to be taking a more aggressive stance here. So automakers will be keeping an eye on that. Thank you so much, Danny Romero, there for us. All right, well, let's also take a look at what's happening when it comes to supplier of pets, Chewy. They topped earnings expectations last week. Yahoo Finance's Brian Sozzi catches up with their CEO to discuss the company's outlook for the remainder of the year. Stick around.
All right, so looks like looks like we might have missed it, but they weren't really talking about too much. They're just talking about the banks and stuff like that still. So that's just kind of your headlines all day. The SPY is coming down. The market is selling off. Looks like Euro close. Looks like they wanted to just make lower lows too today. Looks like everybody's selling. Nobody's buying anything today. We haven't seen any buying signals come in yet. The buys that have been coming in, they're getting in and out. It's real quick buys, and they're getting out. The selling pressure is picking up here. I'm seeing the put options, they're actually starting to pick up gains. The call options are losing gains. So that's what we're seeing so far here. The first, it's been 2 hours, technically 2 hours and about 13 minutes. 2 hours and about 13 minutes. So that's just where we're at right now. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys, but pay attention. We are at the lows right now. We could break and make another low here. This thing is going to bounce back up here on the spot and try to get back into the channel here. At least the VWAP 397, possibly. QQQ's VWAP is 311. IWM VWAP is 173. So we're just looking at it to get back above and into the channel here on those levels. If it can't, I'm expecting lower lows of the day. Right now, the low of the day is 395.80 on the SPY. The low of the day on the QQQ is 309.24. So it's either we're about to make a new low here, you guys, or it's going to bounce back up to VWAP as of right now. But we're going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back shortly.
Kiss accumulate with days, chase the chain. I gotta have this money, chase the chain.
I try to let the money work for me and chase the check. Cash accumulate over days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Chase that check. I gotta get that money. I gotta chase that check. But you ain't got no space, and you ain't chase no check. Then you ain't get no money, then you ain't got no tech. And I can bleed it, and I can trust it, and I can bleed what I wanna do. I want it, and I can bleed what I wanna do. I love it. They hating on me in public. I love it, but I be chasing money, and I be chasing honeys, and that's my fucking problem. I'm a fucking dummy, but I'm a curse one, and that's one day, honey, and you gon' get that one day when I'm done chasing money. Cash accumulate over days, and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days, and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days, and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days, and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days, and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days, and chase that check over days. Chase that check. Yeah, chase that check. I had a moment of silence, cause I be chasing that check. And this shit so crazy, I don't even stress. Yeah, the bitch left, but they ain't the first time she left. It's like a boomerang, she come bouncing back. Just like on the dick, yeah, she do a spin, yeah, she do the spin, yeah, she spit on that tin, yeah, but I'ma stay on point. I gotta get that money, just like my joints, they spread out, and I fly my wings. If I was a bird, I'd be a wing. Yeah, you get it? Yeah, that's first class shit. First class, you don't even know what I'm talking about. Bitch, I'm the pilot lit. I'm the pilot lit. Business owner. I represent. I'm from the fold. Everybody throw up that shit. Let cash accumulate over days. Chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. Chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from the quick little break. We are about to take lunch here at 12:30. Wall Street lunch break is at 12:30, so we're gonna take lunch with Wall Street today. But man, over the weekend we had some headlines. What's his name played in what's the name of that movie? My clients were just telling me about it. We were just talking about it. He played in that movie? Let's see. He played in that movie called it just came. Oh, Creed. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sitting here thinking like, what's the name of that movie that just came out? It's a boxing with Creed. The guy, I don't think his name Michael B. Jordan, but the other dude Creed was fighting. Michael B. Jordan was fighting. He had got arrested over the weekend, charged with assault. Released after alleged domestic dispute incident. So he has been released. He made a bond. So it's kind of speculation. It's allegedly right now. We don't know if that really happened. Nobody's been charged or anything. Nothing's been confirmed. Yeah, he's been charged, but it's not confirmed that it's been. He's saying he's guilty for it. So we don't know yet. That just happened over the weekend. It seems like Hollywood, man, and black actors, when they get to a peaking point in their career, it just seems like somebody's after them, and they always just fail after they get to that peaking point in their career and they start to actually become noticeable. I don't know. It just seems like a pattern. Has nothing to do with the market, just something to talk about here. We're just talking throughout the day, just. But yeah, you know, that's crazy though. That's crazy. I hope everything ends up, you know, the way it should be, you know, with that. And, you know, I pray, you know, if he did do it, you know, he just better himself because no one's perfect, you know. It is what it is. Just, you know, just you want to just, you know, recover from whatever it is the case may be. And just remember to remain calm, man. Stay calm in every situation. I try to tell people that all the time. I even try to, you know, I'm not perfect. You feel me? I have to stay calm in certain situations because I know, you know, if I get out of line and I get mad, you know, it's possible for me to be arrested as well and locked up just doing, you know, certain stuff. So I just try to just stay calm in every situation, no matter what. If it's the stock market, if it's a relationship, if it's just anything, if it's my job, they were overworked, everything in life, anything in life. You know what I'm saying? Just stay calm at all times, man. Don't judge other people, and everything gonna be all right. But back to the charts, you know, yeah, action come after lunch. Yeah, that's true. Hoping anyway. Yup, that's what I see right there. Trade the truth. Action come after lunch. Yeah, you're right, man. The action does come after lunch usually. But what you think? What you think the action gonna be here after lunch? You think You think Wall Street is gonna buy this thing back up after lunch? You think they're gonna buy the triple Qs back up to 311, 312 after lunch? That's gonna be a lot to say. You feel me? Or you think they're gonna try to take this thing down here to 306 after lunch, maybe even 304? That's what you got to be kind of asking yourself right now. Which way is they going after lunch? Triple Qs might give the signal for the reversal, considering it's leading the downfall. True. This could be the signal for the reversal if you can see the triple Qs to continue to sell like this. Yeah, they have been leading the market. They have been leading this rally so far. So, yeah, if you see the triple Qs continue to come down like this, of course, yeah, everything going to start falling. You see the VIX continue to spike like it's spiking, yeah, everything going to continue to fall. But we got a lot of data coming out, so you don't really want to just jump to the guns right now. It's only Monday. You don't really know what's going to happen. So it's best to stay patient, man. That's what I can really tell you. Stay patient, but it does look like this thing is selling off here. We have sold off pretty much all day so far, the first 2 hours. For some of y'all that didn't get into the recap and watch the recap last night with us, big chicle right there. SPY's coming down. Triple Q's coming down, you guys. Everything's selling off right now. 308 on the triple Q's, new lows across the board. Triple Q just entered their new low today. Like I said, I'm seeing the call contract get wiped. The put contracts are holding these gains and actually going up. The call contracts are getting wiped. That's just coming from people setting stop losses and, you know, they're getting out. Taking the remainder of what's left that they got. They probably, you know what I'm saying? That's what's happening right now. That is what's happening right now. Netflix kind of getting weak. Netflix is starting to get weak. Amazon selling off. Tesla's coming down. Still holding up. They're still green, but they're coming down. Everybody's coming down. This looks like the move from Thursday, you guys. Remember Thursday, it was just selling for 2 hours straight up until someone stepped in. Okay, triple Q's coming down now. Another big red candle, new low, 308.68. 308.68. Everything's selling off now. The euro closes official. That's been about 23 minutes ago. So you see what's going on now. The United States is like, y'all want to make lows? We're going to make lower ones. They're selling off too right now. The United States is selling the market to the downside right now. We're still kind of technically up because remember we gapped up, but no one's buying the gap ups, you guys. It's selling off. It's selling off. It's coming right back to the downside. That's exactly where we're at right now. We're actually right where we gapped from right now. Currently, that's where we're at. But yeah, big disagreement with triple Q's in the Dow today. Ooh, yeah, it is. Big disappointment. Yeah, it is. It looks like I said they got rejected at 312 level, and it's been selling. It's sold about $4 since then. A little move here, a little move. Oh man. SPY coming down. Market still selling. I'm just tuning in, just looking at everything, you guys. Market mixed up here. Looks like we're about to flip red here. Looks like the entire market might be possibly flipping red soon. We are still mixed. We got some breaking news from CNBC. Israel's, don't know how to pronounce that name, to delay judiciary overhaul after mass protests. So that's what's going on. It's breaking news. Israel is delaying some stuff. Dow rises more than 150 points to start the week as First Republican regional banks rebound. So they did rebound. They're kind of giving the gains back right now. Currently, the VIX is down about 0.78%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.61. The Nasdaq's down 0.61. The S&P 500 is up 0.6, possibly about to flip red. The Dow is only up 0.48. The S&P 500 is only up 0.4 now, possibly about to flip. So we're going back to that level, you guys. 395. 395, we're about to fill that gap right here. We have filled it. Now we there. We technically filled the gap now. The gap is filled from this morning, and we're back to where we started on Friday, you guys. So now it's looking like I said, is it going to continue to take us down here to this next level, 394? You guys, that's what the SPY is looking out for now. It looks like nobody's buying. Nobody has been buying all morning. It's been straight selling pressure all morning. Nobody's buying this crap anymore. Nobody's buying this fake bull rallies anymore. These the market makers are part of these gap up momentums, and investors really don't like that. Especially when they can't push price higher after the gap up. As you can see, got rejected at 398, and you're just selling now on the SPY, man. Here's 3970. I'd be flat here and just watch. If it's gonna break, let the big dogs do it. Exactly. Let the MMs do it. They're the big dogs. If this level of 39970 breaks, right now we're at 3973. We're back to where we are sold off at from about before Euro closed 30 minutes ago, about an hour ago almost now. So yeah, he's right. That's actually accurate right there, what you're saying. Noon, hopefully, people thinking about noon, this thing could sell off. Maybe by 2 p.m., this thing could sell off back to the lows of Friday. The lows of Friday would be right here at 39.59. So that's a key level for the SPX. The NDQ, let's see, a key level for them would be, they're actually kind of already heading there. They're a little bit ahead more than anybody. I'm seeing exclamation mark pop in right here on my chart. So you got a lot of pressure right here. NDQ, I think they're gonna try to take this thing down to about 12,608. That'll be a good retest of a low. There, like I said, they have been selling all morning. The NDQs is leading this sell-off right now, you guys. Down about what? That's almost 200 points, almost 100 points right there, 200 points. Big sales coming in right now. Big sales starting to pop in. So Netflix is pulling back 327. Ooh, look at Netflix. They filled that gap at 327. Hello. Max is calling. Oh, okay. Oh, looks like you lost signal, sorry. I don't know. But look, you guys, Netflix sold back into the gap. Uh-oh, it's getting critical now. Microsoft's still selling. They gave up that $2 move, 275 on Microsoft. Is getting critical now. Market's starting to come down here. 308 on the triple Qs, IWM 172. Amazon about to break below 97. It's getting real critical now. The VIX is starting to shoot up here. Volatility spiking back up. It's getting wild. It's getting wild. Market's still mixed here. The Nasdaq is leading this sell-off right now, as you can tell. Almost down, almost 1%. Almost. Apple's pulling back. Airbnb's about to go red. AMD, red, they're down. Alibaba down. Bitcoin still selling. Coinbase is down $7, y'all. Coinbase is down 10%. Stocks on the move right now. Google's down 3%. Meta's down 4%. Moderna is down 2%. Remember, BioNTech had earnings this morning. Moderna's starting to, they got earnings coming up soon. Let me see. Let's look and see when they actually have it. Earnings May 11th. Moderna got earnings May 11th. But, they could sell off all the way until earnings. You think about that. NVIDIA coming down $3. Roku barely holding up. So the market is mixed right now, man. Silicon, oh, man. What is it? Silicon Valley Bank, they're still selling off. They're down. They're just going down. It looks like they gapped down. They gapped down from 80 to 60 to 30. They're at 39 right now. Might be halted. That's a lot of movement with the bank. So the bank's still collapsing, really. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. So things are picking up here. Time has changed. It's 12 p.m. now. You guys, you got Wall Street lunch break in about 30 minutes. Some of them are heading to lunch now. Some of them are going in 30 minutes. Keep that in mind. So they take about 30-minute lunch breaks to rotate the movement and stuff. It's a business. It's a job, It's like how you clock in. They're doing the same exact thing, but they're actually controlling, making sure they don't get out of hand, making sure people get fair payments. They're monitoring everything. It's their job. JP Morgan is up still holding its gains. So some banks are holding up and some banks are still falling. I'm seeing Square. They just had some news going on. Kathy, she apparently brought a lot. They're up about $2. But yeah, you can see, as you guys seen the breaking news, Fed's bar calls Silicon Valley Bank failure a textbook case of mismanagement. That's breaking news, you guys. Fed's bar. He's a Federal Reserve speaker. He just said Silicon Valley failure was a textbook case of mismanagement. So he just threw that out there in the market midday. He see it's already selling. He just threw that out there just to let everybody know you probably can just buy puts because it's going to keep selling like this. Be cautious, though, of how you buy. Buy it at the right time, obviously. Never get caught at the bottom. That's what I tell people, But at the end of the day, this is what he just said, though. Textbook case of mismanagement. Textbook case of mismanagement, you guys. So, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good, man. I've been keeping up with all the Fed chairmen and the people that's been talking about the banks. Majority, it's about a 60-40 saying that it's bad. That's not good right now. What's been happening. It's about a 60-40 thing there. But 40% saying things gonna be okay, about 60 saying nah. So I'm just keeping up with that. That's breaking news, though. That just came out. But yeah, like I was saying, though, you can see the change. Y'all see the transactions. The transactions started to come in since the euro market closed and the United States took over. And we'll be in control of the remainder of the day until, the Asian markets open back up and all that. But yeah. That's the rotation. That's the rotation right now. The United States is in full control of all of this happening. So NASDAQ still down here. As you can see, market still mixed. S&P 500 looks like they just got a little bounce. They're up 0.15%. The Dow is up 0.60%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.57%. And the VIX is down 1.20%, you guys. So $21.45 is if you give up $1 here and break below 20, you'll see actually this gap up hold up its gains. So far, it has wiped it out and just reset from back to the morning right now. That's what just happened. Made a new low. The NASDAQ, like I said, has been leading the market to the downside right now, down about 0.59%. So that's what's going on right now. Let's get back with the charts and numbers here. Oh, Netflix. Netflix. They got earnings April the 18th, so they got earnings coming up soon. They're doing a lot of moving right now. 325 to what? What's that? 336. That's a big move. Back to 327. These are huge moves right now. If you catching them at the right time and loading it. But pretty chill right now so far. We are about to go to lunch, so expect another move coming here soon when they go to lunch here in about 30 minutes, maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes. Like I said, right now, it's so far, the gap up, and it don't look like it's going to hold. I can say that. Breaking news, another breaking news. So the news is rolling out here right now. Disney will roll out the first of 3 layoff rounds this week. CEO Bob Iger says in memo. Breaking news on Disney, you guys. Let's pull up Disney chart. Breaking news. Remember, layoffs. Remember, let's pull up Meta first. We're going to pull up Meta. We're going to look back about 1 month. Around here, Meta announced layoffs. They announced layoffs. One of them 3 circles, they announced layoffs. You see the pops when these companies announce layoffs. Yeah, it's selling now, but it's way above from where it announced it. So Amazon just announced layoffs, and then now you got Disney. They just announced some layoffs. So companies out here, they're about to be laying people off in the midst of high inflation. It's crazy. I understand that, but you know, that's what they got to do. I guess they need to. They're not making enough money. Nobody's making enough money or something. But I would just be looking along Disney now, considering that's breaking news that just came out. Disney will roll out the first of 3 layoff rounds this week, CEO Bob Iger says in memo. So looking at that now, that's a play. They got earnings coming up May the 9th. I'm going to slide Disney up here. Now they up here in the plays with us. So, yeah, like I said, I'll be looking along Disney now. I'm looking along Disney at about the end of April. Just let this news kind of circulate. It just came out, literally breaking news. So think about it in a couple hours here, maybe even 10, 15, 30 minutes from now. You're going to see a reaction from that news being released. Like I said, layoffs so far this year, 2023, have been bullish. In the past, I don't know. You know, they probably were still bullish. They might have been bearish. I don't know. As of right now, this current year, layoffs have been making stocks, certain names go bullish. So that's just something to look out for. Now I'm definitely looking along Disney here. I'm looking along Disney. I think they can retrace that $100 level. It's going to be key. You know, I think this is a key level right here, 100. You get back to Disney being $100, then, you know, that's going to be a strong support. It's going to be a strong resistance as of right now because the market is struggling. The bank's looking iffy. You know what I'm saying? So, but as of right now, I think 100 is going to be the goal, the go-to. And, you know, you can check those prices out right now. Got a lot of discounts. A lot of discounts. So, looking at Disney, looking at the long it there, about 100. Into April. And we're going to look at it like that. We'll go from there. Time is it? 12:09. We'll take a quick break real quick, play some tunes. But the market overall chill. That's breaking news, though. Disney will roll out the first of 3 layoffs rounds this week, CEO Bob Iger says in memo. So, yeah, that's going to be key. Market mixed up here still. Looks like the S&P 500 is about to flip back to red, so they're witching. They're going green to red, red to green. They're witching, they're glitching. The Dow is down 0.49%. The Russell 2000 is no, they're up 0.49%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.53%, and the VIX is down 0.69%. So, like I said, looks like things can flip here from it's a mixed market. If basically we went from green to mixed to we can go red. Right now we're mixed. Everybody confused. Everybody just letting stuff digest. But it looks like this thing is going to get weak here. That's what I'm sensing. The volatility is picking back up here. Like I said, it's only down about 0.41% as of right now. It's 12:10 p.m. We're going to take a quick little break. We'll be right back.
Why would I waste my time with you? 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 Why can't you not see the love? Why can't you not see it's true? Why can't you waste my time with you? Why would I waste my time with you? Why can't you waste my time with you? Why would I waste my time with you? Why would I waste my time with you? Why would I waste my time with you? Girl, your love is just so deep, and your love is just so smart. Girl, your girl got me, she's cream, and I can't even blink, and I can't even see them. My mind can't even think without you. And it is okay, cause I'ma live to fight another day, like Greg Daddy said. That is okay, and I'ma live to fight another day, like Greg Daddy said. Ooh, I never waste my time on you, but I always got my money up when every time you say come through. And I did, so baby I'm true, and I did, so baby I'm you, and I did, baby I'm ooh. Baby I'm mine, you know what's up with that, and I ain't even find it, I ain't even left. I'm just trying to tell you something, laughing and pain, just gon' get you up to nothing. Why would I waste my time with you? 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 Smoking on this purple gas, that shit got me sent through the loop. Yeah, ballin' baby, ballin' baby, ballin' in the barrel, and yeah, I've been ballin' baby. Yeah, I've been ballin' baby. You picking the phone up, you ain't callin' baby. So I wasted my time with you. 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 Baby, I'm through. I said I'm through. I'm through. Yeah, from a city where it's be kill. From a city where it's be kill. And that shit is real. Ain't no fucking square. Niggas gon' get the deal. I was gon' write, I said I'ma talk the truth. I'ma tell just what happened my city do. But I ain't snitching, I ain't telling that rude. You won't catch me in them red or blues. You won't catch me in them red blues. You won't catch me in them red blues. My gun like a night snooze. You won't catch me in them red blues. Nah, you won't catch me. Unsolved murders. Shit hefty. Shit hefty. Shit heavy. My words fucked up. My shit leveraged. My paper running like a faucet. I'm getting money in the morning. I'm getting money. Good morning. You can get it too. Get off the streets, learn something. Shit so real. Niggas in the field, they just feel like they gotta kill. It's Shottsbury. I understand the deal. I've been here all my life. I'm an OG in the field. Whether you like it or like it not, your bitch gon' come over and throw twine. My baby mama, that moved on. She moved on. It's all cool. But I ain't even tripping that way. She said I still can get the kiss today. I told her it's marriage all the way. Highway, on that highway. Highway to heaven. I'd rather teach the preacher reverend. I'd rather teach and preach the reverend. Cause they don't even understand they message. Everybody look at it different. The world getting crazier, people tripping. But I ain't never slipping on my pimpin'. You get popped like a pimple. They say retire that line, but that shit real. What they else wanna talk about? The deals? Or deal or not? Or the deal or the twat? Cause it's what it is. Bitches do twat. Bitches do twat. These bitches do twat. It's pressed to shine. What the fuck that sign? That shit is legal. They call OnlyFans. That shit is legal. They call OnlyFans. But that's the life we chose. And that's the life we rose. I'ma pull out the rose gold for my homies though. Mama the silence bros. Mama the silence bros. Mama the silence hoes. Cause I know you gotta get that dough. However it go. However it go. Shottsbury, stop by the killing. They listen to drugs. They shit get ridiculous. And listen to drugs. This shit get ridiculous. You send me on drugs. Come on, pay attention. DRUGS. Drugs. That song was the best. Don't you remember that? Don't do drugs, cats. Remember that. Don't do drugs, kids. This shit get real. You gotta watch how you live. Cause one day you're here. And the next shit gone. This shit is real. I had to put it in a song.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. Looks like the market got a little pop right there off the bottom. It was we was at the low of the day. We was at the low of the day. We had made a new low, and it just popped literally off the bottom about last 8 minutes. It's just going up now. Here we're back in the channel on the SPY. The triple Qs is touching the red, the channel on the triple Qs, and IWM is through the roof. Almost they're at a little above VWAP, almost touching a call signal going on there at the green line on the IWM. BioNTech, they just had a quick red to green move here. They just bounced all the way to the 128. It's at 127.70 now. Remember, they just had earnings this morning, so healthcare. Hey, look, that looked positive right there. But you know, this could be reshorted again. Like I said, they just had earnings. It's out. Their information is out. They already said what they want. So, but that was a nice little pop there to the upside on BNTX. But the SPY's going back up here. It's finding some bullish momentum. Jim Cramer just said something that apparently, and you know, what time is it? 12:20. Yeah, SPY it just went up. technically that was 20 points right there. So it's up at 0.22% now. The S&P 500 0.23%. The Dow's up 0.64%. The Nasdaq is still down, only at 0.48%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.63%, and you got the VIX. They're down at 1.79%, $21.35. So the VIX pulled back. The stocks definitely bounced off that little pullback right there. But that's what's going on right now. A little small bounce though. We're still at the lows here today. I would be patient, you know. Like I say, you don't want to get caught at the bottom. That's just what it is. It could have broke down, and we could have just sold off all the way back to Friday's opening level right there. It had its chance, but they took too long. They didn't do it, so they couldn't have no more liquidity pushed down to the downward side. So people stepped in and saw a discount right there and brought it up, and we're going back up now, you guys. So market's still mixed though off of that move. Still mixed for sure. Still heads, everybody scratching their heads going over the info. Disney is having this little pop right now. You can see that layoff news came out. I told you since that came out, you know, had a pop straight to the other side off that data. But just keep in mind though, they said they're gonna announce it sometime this week. They can do that tomorrow. They can do that Wednesday, Thursday. They can do it any day this week. It's gonna be any day this week. You don't know the day. Actually, he didn't give us a specific date. You know, and then we got a lot of economic data. So, oh yeah, what I was saying earlier before all the breaking news, you know, a lot of economic data here this week going on. So if you, the ones, you know, didn't catch the recap, we're live right now. The market is open. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And these are some things that we go over here as a company, and you know, things we just be looking at, just things to be pinpointing and news to go over before you just jump in there blind, if that makes sense. So just top 5 things to know this week: bank sector turmoil, U.S. PCE inflation data is coming out. Disney's having a little pop right now. They're going back to the other side, excuse me. US Q4 GDP is coming out. That data is important. The Fed speakers, as you can see over here, FOMC member Barr, he just said something already. He just announced about the he just said some breaking news earlier. If you were watching, and he speaks twice this week. Barr, he already said something today. He speak again tomorrow. He gonna say something again Thursday. So keep in mind about that. Keep an eye out on him. Barker, he or she, they speak Thursday, 12:45 p.m. And Barr, he or she, I don't know what these people look like. I'm just looking at the names, and I know their rankings. So Treasury Secretary Yellen, 3:45 p.m. Thursday. Thursday is going to be a huge day. FOMC member Williams is speaking on Friday, and member Cook is speaking on Friday, 5:45 p.m. That'll have a reaction next week. But yeah, that's key to be looking at the Fed speakers. You got earnings this week. Walgreens, WBA, Walgreens earnings. Lululemon got earnings this week, y'all. That's gonna be big for retail. MU, Micron Technology, and RH. These are the earnings that we're looking at here as a company. You know, just looking at them, they're important. They're gonna move the market. They're gonna be key. So we're looking at those names this week for earnings. And the economic data, as you can see, consumer confidence is on Tuesday. Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index is on Tuesday. Pending home sales is on Wednesday. Q4 GDP is on Thursday. Jobless claims are on Thursday. Core PCE price index is on Friday. Chicago PMI is on Friday. So nothing really going on today. So kind of possibly why the market gapped up and just sold off back to the gap up and is trying to re-rally now. But who knows? But as of right now, nothing's really going on today. The data tomorrow is going to tell it all. Consumer confidence is going to kick off with that in the manufacturing index. That's going to kick off with that. And then pending home sales will be important Wednesday. Q4 GDP Thursday, like I said, will be the biggest day this week. Jobless claims with that data coming out combined, it will be huge. And Friday will be huge. Core PCE price index. So Thursday and Friday is your biggest days this week, definitely. So Chicago PMI is important too, but those three right there, Q4 GDP, jobless claims, and core PCE price index, those are important for the market. That's going to move the market at a higher level or a lower level. But maybe even back to where we started. So just keep out in mind for that and just be on the lookout for all that. These are the earnings, this week. But these are the ones to pinpoint out, them right there. Walgreens, Lulu, Micron, and Extortion Home. So we'll be looking at them the most. They stick out the most. So Wall Street is doing this, what I'm saying? One stock to buy, one stock to sell this week. Wall Street is buying Lulu, and they're selling Walgreens. So keep that in mind. That's what's going on. But that's pretty much it. That's the data there for this week that's out. And like I said, be on the lookout for these Fed speakers. Barr already said something this morning and moved the market. But other than that, yeah, nothing, no news today. But tomorrow it kicks off and it'll be action packed till Friday. That's the top 5 things you need to be looking out for. We're gonna take a 30-minute lunch, 30-minute lunch to an hour lunch. I gotta figure out if we're gonna continue the live stream or we're gonna end it when we come back from lunch. Gotta check in with my other side Tyler. We'll be back. We'll be back after lunch. We're gonna take a 30-minute break. Wall Street's about to take lunch. We're just gonna play tunes, man, and just like I said, just look at the charts and numbers, man. You guys got it. You clients, you hit me up if you need anything. You know what I'm saying? Ready to get in there? Know what's up? Hit my phone. Let's get it. You know what time it is. Mixed market. Right now the S&P 500 is up 0.25. The Nasdaq is down 0.43. So very mixed between these two. You got a bull and a bear fighting really hard right now. So the Dow is up 0.65%, and the Russell 2000 is up 0.57%. The VIX is going down lower, 2.2%, $21.30 on the VIX, you guys. So the VIX volatility is actually leaving right now. But keep in mind, lunch is about to kick in. So it looks like if the Nasdaq can flip green, the market will go up by the end of the day. The Nasdaq go higher red. It's gonna make the S&P 500 flip red, and it's gonna make the Dow come down and flip red, and the Russell. The VIX gonna go green. That's what we're looking at right now within the next 30 minutes, you guys. So we'll be back right after lunch to let you know if the live stream will continue. But we're gonna keep this rolling. I guess we can see if there's some news real quick before we go to lunch. I don't think it is. Everybody probably just going to lunch. This is going on, but that has nothing to do with the market. I don't even know what that's really about. I don't even know these people, so I'm pretty sure it's important though. It's on CBS News, but it doesn't have anything to do with the market. Not seeing any economic data out though. Not seeing anything out. Yep, not seeing anything out. So everybody chilling, about to go to lunch. That's what it is. That's what the move is. So let's see. Let's see what the White House got going on. Let's see. I know they got a briefing coming up for us. Look. Okay, yeah. So lunch definitely is now. Secretary Karen, she has a press briefing at 1 p.m. President Biden is hosting the SBA Women's Business Summit at 2:30 p.m. So that's kicking off. That could possibly move the market, you guys. That could be bullish or bearish right there. It seems like it will be bullish, but who knows? We'll see when we come back from lunch. Y'all enjoy your lunch. I'll see y'all then.
Life ain't hard. Put it in hard. Life ain't hard. Put it up your guard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, life ain't hard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, put up your guard, put up your guard, life ain't hard, 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 put up your guard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, life ain't hard, put up your guard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, life ain't hard. You bragging too much, you thinking too much, you ain't humble enough, this was hard. Just tryna stay sane, and just tryna stay mean, and just tryna stay brain, that shit hard. Your life ain't hard, other than that, put up your guard, you good God, fuck your bar, I don't go for what you talk, let's talk this, let's talk that, that's why you let it get, say, I don't fuck, niggas know what's up, niggas know me, I'm in the pit, I'm in the streets, I got beef with these niggas that got me who need, and I don't go fuck, if you got some beef, well let it be, cause I'm gonna eat, nigga, that's every day, this shit a feast, life ain't hard, nigga, I'm getting that money, little boy, you still in the mama with your house, I ain't even trip out the door, you still in the house with your mama, I do so turned up, boy, my brain keep clicking so Vegas, but life ain't hard for me, dog, nah, life ain't hard, put up your guard, life ain't hard, put up your guard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, life ain't hard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, put up your guard, put up your guard, life ain't hard, life ain't hard, life ain't hard. Life ain't hard, life ain't hard, put up your guard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, life ain't hard, put up your guard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, life ain't hard, nigga kill their family, that shit hard, why you wanna kill your family, oh God, you better get together, cause my niggas scramble like eggs, my niggas scramble like gambling, yeah, flipping that money, but it's legal, I'm in the stocks, just like some Pringles, I let it stack, I'm like Regals, I let it stack. I'm like Regals, run it back. Niggas is cat. You get lack, I'll get whacked on this Mac. No tic-tac, I don't even trap, I don't even pack. I ain't even clap, I don't even give a fuck what you talking about. Nigga, I relapse, I relapse, it came back, I OD, yeah. That's over days, yeah. You thought it was OD? Man, that's LCAOD. Life ain't hard. Put up your guard. Life ain't hard. Put up your guard. Shit ain't hard. Shit ain't hard. Shit ain't hard. Life ain't hard. Shit ain't hard. Shit ain't hard. Shit ain't hard. Put up your guard. Put up your guard. Life ain't hard. Life ain't hard. Life ain't hard. Life ain't hard, life ain't hard, put up your guard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard, life ain't hard, put up your guard, shit ain't hard, shit ain't hard.
Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I keep it pulled and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, listening that. I ain't even listening to that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking this bitch. But nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. I don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't give a fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's a fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water, yeah. But niggas always running back, get party the train. Whip. We don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you're told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gonna be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Show me all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, relax, it's enough to go around. Hey, chill, relax, the tree merry go around. Get how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Yeah. Somebody pass me my lighter, man. It's a freestyle up top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. I got that black eye. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind be racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, man, they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I don't even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas that got death. They running out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands, yeah, the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. Say the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. All right. Go Spizzy. Still alive. I'm on my grind. Nigga, you lying. Nigga, you lying.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit bang.
I'm on my grind. Pussy overpower, nigga, you lying. It's money over power, I'm on my grind. Pushing packs all the time. I'm on my grind. I'm on my grind. Pussy over power, nigga, you lying. It's money over power, I'm on my grind. Pushing packs all the time. I'm on my grind. I'm on my grind. I'm really at the paper, I'm on the money mission. I'm really at the paper, I gotta get it, nigga. I'm chasing all these checks for my family, nigga. I'm chasing all these racks, I need some Benjis, nigga. I'm grinding for that back and gotta keep some Zaza packs in. I got a couple 20s, but I need 100 Jackson. I got a couple fronted cause these pussy niggas taxing. I got a couple 100 rounds if you think I'm lacking. I'm on my grind, I'm on my grind, ain't no need in asking. I want it all, I want it all. Please don't ask no questions. These niggas lying, that's why I keep that maxing. These niggas lying, that's why I keep it blessing. I'm on my grind. Pussy overpower, nigga, you lying. It's money over power, I'm on my grind. Pushing packs all the time. I'm on my grind. I'm on my grind. Pussy over power, nigga, you lying. It's money over power, I'm on my grind. Pushing packs all the time. I'm on my grind. I'm on my grind. I'm on my grind, trying to stay away from sales and doing time. Niggas always lying on my line. If I was blood, I would put this shit on shine. I got a son, so you know that made me shine. I got the bread, so you know I hold the line. You niggas tell it, I'm starting to think you're 69. Kick flip, push, I'm on my grind. I got a bad bitch with me, so you know I wine and dine. I'd rather have a premium contract than a prime, like AMZN. I'm on my grind. I stack and flip like a boss, more like a dime. Yeah, I'm the one like LeBron, the chosen one. Pussy overpower, nigga, you lying. It's money over power, I'm on my grind. Pushing packs all the time. I'm on my grind. I'm on my grind. Pussy over power, nigga, you lying. It's money over power, I'm on my grind. Pushing packs all the time. I'm on my grind. I'm on my grind.
Oh boy, you ain't dumb on this one.
I've been getting money. Niggas know I'm chasing it, they fun that. Yeah, I've been getting money. I'm chasing it, they pockets fun that. If you hear me, your boys are done mad. Another one down, he bites the dust. But I ain't even got a fuss. Know what? I'm not even trying to cuss. Guess what? Stop the paper, wind it up. Learn a lesson. You get stuck. Like the shit you smoking, the shit is real. The shit ain't no game in that damn field. Niggas gotta stop playing around, for real. Especially if we got kids, we gotta teach them. For real, guns ain't the way, but guns will fucking do it. It'll get you out of here, it'll have your career ruined. Yeah, but it's about your mindset, or sometimes it ain't about. Yeah, cause you can be in and out of some shit that you ain't got no business about. Get it? So don't run your mouth, don't even talk, nigga, don't ever tell a thing. Yeah, just pay attention, and like a bird, flap your wings. Let's get it, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I'm running up. I got the chicken. I'm running up. I snatched your brother. Don't know I did it. I don't give no fuck. I tell him what's up, my nigga. I'm just like, yeah, let's get this fucking money, nigga. Work 9 to 5 if you got to. I said work 12 hours if you got to, because they're not playing. The system is full. I said they not playing. The system is full. I'm getting ruder, and I don't give a fuck. I don't even think that's a word, but I'm back to the verse, back to the dash. I'm going really fast. My mind is like my money, and I'm staying on track. Let's get it, let's get it, let's roll it, let's live it, let's like it, let's get it, look at it, who with it, with the hook back, I did it, when the hook back, who did it, when the hook back, who ran, when the hook back, I'm finished. Riding around the shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around the shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around the shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. It really don't, that's why I'm on these songs. I can't do no wrong or no harm with my bones. Get high like Cheech and Chong, and you know what I'm on. I be riding with bad bitches not wearing thongs. She want me to put her on, but I tell that bitch go home. I ain't never home like XXX, I'm all alone. Boy, I'm like satellite, I be so far gone. Never afraid Juicy J, but got plans in the dome. Got plans in the dome. Never afraid Juicy J, got plans in the dome. Y'all be playing on the phone. Feds watching, what's going on? I been fucking right. Solo in the Draco in the back, that shit is high. I be fucking slide. There's some shots for lingo, shout out to Cap Knowledge. Riding around in shots, been trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, been trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, been trying to find a lick. Treat it like a draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, been trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Nigga, I did all that trapping for you, you ain't do no trapping for me. Nigga, I'm doing, got the city on hold, they call and they ask for peace. Damn, I don't get no time for nothing, the nigga just want some peace. They hit my phone every day like a Thanksgiving feast. I'm walking around with fat pockets, all 4 on no beats. That's OD, I'm ill, so my money let it rain. I like it fresh, I like it clean. Do you know what I mean? I like it fresh, I like it clean. Do you know what I mean? Shit ain't never been sweet. This ain't no peas, you can go first round pick for your cup of tea, or I can treat you like it's deep. The blue hunters like the sea. Make your choice, make your pick. What it's gonna be? If it's beef, we gon' eat like it's fucking blown egg. If it's beef, we gon' eat like it's fucking blown egg. Riding around in shots, we tryna find a leg. Treat it like the drive, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, we tryna find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, we tryna find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, we tryna find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, we tryna find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, we tryna find a lick. Treat it like the drive, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, we tryna find a lick. Treat it like the drive, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Yeah. And this bitch was C-Mo. C-Mo. Flex. I'm in the town like Golden State. Y'all think y'all let me? Damn, y'all late. I have bro and them on phone and them slide down your block like they wearing skates. Lennon P stay smoking moon rocks, gelato Ryan saying wedding cake. Dead gas out smoking on brown booth, no smell, get it out my face. Damn it, I was set up to the point where I caught a case. But I'm never going backwards, dance like a rat stuck in a maze. Now when I wake up, I get straight to the paper chasing, cause the fans won't be caged in and I gotta pay for my probation. Cost to be the boss, when you fuck up you gotta pay the fee. I told this bitch no more fee. No, you can't smoke on Leonard Petrie tree. If you want to, you gotta get off your knees. I'm in here with game, LCAOD, but I do not bang. I will have them niggas slide on your block like hangman. Hang 'em up. That's a new game, and I just started it. I'm with the rich whammies, bitch. We got starter kids. I'm in the town like Golden State. Y'all think y'all let me? Damn, y'all late. I have bro and them on phone and them slide down your block like they wearing skates. Leonard P stay smoking moon rocks, gelato Ryan saying wedding cake. Dead gas out smoking on brown booth, no smell, get it out my face. Damn it, I was set up to the point where I caught a case. But I'm never going backwards, dancing like a rat stuck in a maze. Now when I wake up, I get straight to the paper chasing, cause the fans won't be caged in and I gotta pay for my probation. Yeah, man, go ahead and chop this shit up, Simo. Just that check, just that check. Just that check. Just that check. Let cash accumulate over days, just that check. Just that check. This money, just a check. I try to let the money work for me, just a check. Cash accumulate over days. Let cash accumulate over days. And just a check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And just a check for days. let cash accumulate over days and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days and chase that check for days. Chase that check. I gotta get that money. I gotta chase that check. But if you ain't got no space and you ain't chase no check, then you ain't get no money. Then you ain't got no tech. And I can bleed it, and I can trust it, and I can bleed what I wanna do. I want it, and I can bleed what I wanna do. I love it. They hating on me in public. I love it. But I be chasing money, and I be chasing honeys, and that's my fucking problem. I'm a fucking dummy, but I'm a curse one, and that's one day, honey. And you gon' get that one day when I'm done chasing money. Let cash accumulate over days and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days and chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days and chase that check over days. Chase that check. Yeah, chase that check. I had a moment of silence, cause I be chasing that check. And this shit so crazy, I don't even stress. Yeah, the bitch left, but that ain't the first time she left. It's like a boomerang, she come bouncing back, just like on the dick. Yeah, she do a spin, yeah, she do those spins. Yeah, she spit on that tin, yeah, but I'ma stay on point. I gotta get that money, just like my joints. They spread out, and I flop my wings. If I was a bird, I'd be a wing. Yeah, you get it? Yeah, that's first class shit. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Bitch, I'm the pilot lit. I'm the pilot. Business owner. I represent. I'm from the fold. Everybody throw up that shit. Let cash accumulate over days. Chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Let cash accumulate over days. And chase that check for days. Yeah. What I say? Why would I waste my time with you? 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 Why can't you not see the love? Why can't you not see it's true? Why can't you waste my time with you? Why would I waste my time with you? Why can't you waste my time with you? Why would I waste my time with you? Why would I waste my time with you? Why would I waste my time with you? Girl, your love is just so deep, and your love is just so smart. Girl, your girl got me, she's cream, she's cream. And I can't even blink, and I can't even see them. My mind can't even think without you. And it is okay, cause I'ma live to fight another day like Greg Daddy said. Ooh, that is okay, and I'ma live to fight another day like Greg Daddy said. Ooh, I never waste my time on you, I always got my money up when every time you say come through. And I did, so baby I'm true, and I did, so baby I'm you, and I did, baby I'm ooh. Like me, I'm mine. You know what's up with that, and I ain't even find it. I ain't even left. I'm just trying to tell you something. Laughing and pain just gon' get you up to nothing. Why would I waste my time with you? 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 Smoking on this purple gas, that shit got me sent through the loop. Yeah, all the babies ballin', baby, ballin' in the bedroom. Yeah, I been ballin', baby. Yeah, I been ballin', baby. You pickin' the phone up, you ain't callin', baby. So I wasted my time with you. 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 Baby, I'm through. I said I'm through. I'm through.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from the lunch break. The White House will be live any moment. Got some good news. LCAOD is here to stay the rest of the day. We're going to stay till 4 today, man. We ain't got nothing but time on our hand. We're going to chill it out. It looks like the market hasn't found a bottom here, though. Right back at support, technically, from right where we opened it. A little bit below it, a couple dollars on the triple Qs on this the S&P Y, the SPY. They are slightly green still, so it's just kind of like sitting. The IWM is bullish. They're up about $1.68. So market still mixed up. Still mixed up. Still mixed up. Like I said, if the NASDAQ flips green, I think the market will go up. It'll hold the gap up from the day from this morning. If it doesn't, if it stays red, and then the S&P 500 and the Russell and the Dow, I think they'll flip red. This is what it's looking like right now. But we did make 2 lows today, right, so far across the whole board. The White House should be live any moment now, momentarily. Whatever the secretary got to say. Could be positive or negative. We're about to find out. Any moment though, they'll be live. So just waiting on that right now. The market kind of, you can tell, just waiting on it as well. Wall Street's back from lunch, kind of trying to make a decision right here. Like, okay, is this enough? Is it time to go into reversal mode here? Or, that's what it's looking like right now. Is it time to go into reversal mode here? Is this the bottom? Have we found the bottom? We found a secure support here. Looking at the past week, it's just been in this channel. We know the lower on the triple Qs is 306. They found support every time at 308, 307, 307. So, this is the area of support where it always bounces to like 310, 311. So just looking for it to bounce up and bounce really out of that and go higher. But that's just kind of what it's looking like right now. We are at the lows, though. We are at the lows. Like I said, we're back. We're really back from where the market gapped up at, and we just up. We just kind of just stuck. The IWM is up. The IWM is green. The Russell 2000 is completely bullish today. Looking real good. Actually leading the market as far as being positive. The VIX is going down $21.08 now, down about 3%. So mixed income flow is going through the entire market right now, as you can see. Who's holding up? Small caps basically were kind of leading the market today. So a little chill from the big tech companies. They're still red, but they're trying to fight back to the upside. But we're gonna see. It's gonna boil down to this right here. Now seeing what the secretary has to say. It'll be live momentarily. Been a mixed all day. Been a real mixed chill day. Kind of calm mix. Following the fixed income flows. But you remember though, we are still, like I said, we gapped up technically. We did sell that gap up off. We are kind of technically sitting at the lows from where we gapped up from where this all kind of started and closed and ended on Friday. It's where we're kind of just sitting at right now, chilling out. SPX at 398.80. So that's good for them. But you still want to try to push it a little bit higher because, like I said, this ain't really going to be enough. You got to look at it like this from this standpoint. Remember, we gapped up. We're here. We circled the gap up here. We erase it and redraw if you need to. But this space right here is, you feel me, was a gap. So we closed here on Friday. We shot up here, started here, and then just went full bull mode, but then rejection. So we know this level is a key resistance level. 4,000 is a level that is just something not strong enough to do, at least today, right now. But it is only 20 points away. Keep that in mind as well. So, you know, we found some support here. We found support at 39.72, and that's just where the support is actually at right now. And it's holding us up here. We're at 39.81. Trying to push higher on the SPX, the NDQ, the NASDAQ, same as well. You know, not at the complete highs as it was where it started out this morning, but, you know, trying to get back to it. We're still kind of at the lows, kind of where we opened at, where we're at on Friday, you guys. That's just where we're at right now overall. The dollar, everything, same thing. It's huge gap. You feel me? They didn't even feel it. They didn't even feel it at all. So they're still just holding up. SPX picking up 3982, picking up here as we await Secretary Karen Jean-Pierre. Should be live any moments. So you want to really, the market right now is just chilling at its lows. Kind of, you want to break out from these lows areas to try to show strength if you're going to even try to make it back to the upside. If not, you're just creating a new top and forming new resistance, and it's going to try to make a new low here. That's what's going on here the remainder of the day, about the next 3 hours. So if you're looking out for that, we're off the bottom right now, but we're kind of at an area right now. It looks like we might be running into a rejection here, that sudden. So keep that in mind. You know, it's going to probably try to consolidate here into the White House, go live. As they speak, it'll move. Let's see. Refresh it. It might be live. Who knows? It's at 1 p.m. and not here. We're waiting. So, still waiting. But that's coming up. They running a little late. You know how it is. You know how it is when you get your brothers and sisters in politics and office. Never on time. Never. Ever. It's just something we live with. Any moment, maybe live. All right, so it looks like we might be running into resistance, man, already. Nice little pop off the bottom, but back to where we kind of started. The support must hold right here to confirm that this is the actual bottom. If not, we're going lower than that. Like new lows forming in. New lows forming in. We're still waiting. You guys, they'll be live in a moment from the White House. Mark probably just anticipating the wait. A lot of support right here in this area, as you guys can see. It's kind of taking a breather. Nothing's really happening. This is where the bulls step in right here. They know if they let go here, it's gonna start to really drown. Bulls don't step in right here, it's gonna start to really drown for real. At least if they let the Bulls bring this thing back up a little bit, you know, it can consolidate back down to the lows. But if it just goes straight down from here, it's gonna get ugly. So looking at the SPX, 3977, They sold that 3984 off real quick. You see 3977, we're back down here. NDQ, same, they're still selling. They just sold off that 12682 down to 12659. There's some key levels right here as we await from the White House. It's like people getting tired of waiting. They're like, nah, fuck that. Waiting on Jen, y'all. Waiting on Jen. More downward pressure, you guys. More downward pressure. It looks like the S&P 500 about to flip red here. The Nasdaq's going up higher here. The Dow's still cooling out at 0.64%. Looks like the S&P 500 might flip. Lower lows, new low in the triple Qs. It's fighting though. It's consolidating. Orders getting filled heavy right here at this level. Remember, this was the level from March 22nd when you know, the data came out last week. It was at 311, went down to 306, spike right back to 313. So these levels right here are very important right here for the next move. Look like it's coiling to the downside. It's consolidating right now. Bulls got to step in. If not here, it's on the flush. You got technically 3 new lows here now for the day. Somebody else live right now. Let's check. Let's check and see real quick while we're waiting on the White House. Not nobody live, nothing going on. Everybody just waiting on that. She got some important stuff to say. Damn. Remember, Biden's going live later, so he's going live at 2:30. So just remember that they could just be having it right here, calling this a new bottom, and then when they start speaking, make this thing pop. I've seen that before. Or like I said, we're at these lows. It's moving in direction like it wants to flush, you guys. Only thing I can see causing this rally and holding this gap up is the bank I showed you guys earlier that went up $300. Check with them and see what they're even doing. They're up more. They're going up more, you guys. That bank is still going, so they're back up $300. They were up $270. Now they're back up $299. So this bank is still holding its gains. You got to keep that in mind. If the bank is going to hold its gains here, you'll start to see push back to the upside here. The VIX is heading to the downside too as well. You got to keep that in mind. We kind of already made 3 new lows. The Bears got what they wanted. They could, if they can't flush it lower, they'll get out. The VIX is at $21.09. Looks like we're making another little bounce off the bottom, off the last low here. So we're really consolidating until the live White House briefing start. But no telling what she got to say or what she gonna say. So the Dow's up 6.64%, still not really moving. On the Dow up, update 0.71% now. The SP 500 is up 0.24%. The Nasdaq is still down 0.53%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.3%, leading this rally. The VIX is down 3%, 2.99% almost. At 2.99%, $21.09 on the VIX. So mixed market still, but it's finding some bullish momentum right now, starting to pick up here. It looks like the White House briefing might be about to start, possibly. That was a big pop right here. This is the third chart right here. It looks like the bulls are actually stepping in right here that they knew they had to. I'm seeing a lot of big buy candles come in. But who knows? We're still at the lows, though. We're still at the lows. Keep that in mind. SPY's back at VWAP. The QQQs is still down $2, so they're nowhere near VWAP. So just keep that in mind as well. With AMD, they're making a pop, trying to get back to VWAP. IWM is going bullish. They're full bull mode. Like I said, they're leading the rally today. IWM, the small sector is leading this rally today, you guys. It's not big tech. It's just Russell 2000 stocks. Disney's up. Disney's going. Remember, they got that news earlier, starting to see it kick in now. We've got a new high on Disney, 95.31. So, like I said, about $100 on Disney. You're looking for that long play. Give it some time, about a month out. 325 on Netflix. They're starting to sell off here. They're back down to the lows. They sold off right back from where they started at this morning, 324. Netflixion. We will begin shortly. This is an update from the White House. They're live now. They're about to be live. They're about to begin shortly. This is going to be very key for the day because there's no news going on. So this is going to really, whatever she's got to say heading towards the rest of the week, is going to be very important. Very, very important. She can kick it. She can kick it full bull mode here to the end to close, or if we are at the lows, she can make it sell off here. So we're kind of right in the middle on VWAP on the SPY. Triple Qs is below VWAP, so it's kind of mixed still. You see what I'm saying? Everybody doing their own thing. Alrighty. Very chill day, man. Just chilling out right here. The market just chilling out at the lows right now at the bottom. Spot still at VWAP. Triple Q's is still at the low end of the channel. IWM is above the channel just a little bit. Amazon's out here at the lows. The overall market is still mixed up at the lows. SPY's actually picking up here, 0.32%. A little bit. Nasdaq's at the lows it's been today, second time, 0.44%. Key level right here. And knowing that's about this press briefing is about to start here momentarily. It'll be very key what she says. Like I said, it's gonna move the market. Whatever she's got to say. She's giving us the rundown on what's next to come for the week. So investors won't be as fearful as they have been all morning technically. But, support is strong. It keeps stepping in right here at this level, and we're right back at it again. So we're just trying to see if this thing is gonna bounce again, or it's actually gonna flush today. We're gonna see new lows. That's just what's going on. Some people always say, and members of my Discord, they be like, "Oh, see what color Pierre gonna wear. See what color Jen gonna wear. See what color Secretary gonna wear." That's gonna give you an indication too. And sometimes do. Sometimes it really do be like that. Sometimes, but not all the time. You just don't know though. Just something fun to look forward to though while we're doing this. Remember to be positive and respectful at all times. Be positive and respectful at all times. Win, lose, or draw. Be positive and respectful. So they'll be live any moment here, you guys. We're just looking at the charts and numbers right now, seeing what things are doing. And it popped off the bottom, but it looks like the bear's not liking that. And hold up now. So the triple Q is just trying to come back into the channel here, as you can see, and still peaking at the red line. SPY's peaking at VWAP, trying to push above it here, but it's peaking at it, still right directly in the middle, slapping it. Strong area right here of resistance and support going on right now. You're starting to see form. The IWM is above the chart here, above the trend line and the green, above the green line, but you know it's having a little pullback. Could possibly channel back into it to VWAP here at the white line. Amazon is right here channeling at the red line, trying to tag it, trying to get back into the channel. So seeing a lot of mixed directions still as things are taking place. We're waiting for Secretary Jen, you guys. See, Microsoft got a little bounce. Starting to see some selling pressure come in right now. 3984, we're back at that level from where we sold off. I think you could possibly come up with about a 20-point move either direction here, going into close, all the way to tomorrow opening, all the way to tomorrow by afternoon. You got about a 20-point move here. If the SPX tries to push back to 4,000, it's going to have to try to really break through this time, not a quick instant rejection again. I mean, but if it does go that way and then that happens again, it'll be a rinse and repeat pattern. That's what it's looking like right now. But this could just be, you know, a little new high and make a new lower low going on right now too. So we're looking at that everything closely right now. The triple Q's just now got back into the channel, so everything's just kind of just going up a little bit slowly from where it gapped up. Nothing major going on right now as we wait. Secretary Jen. Jen Priya. So the S&P 500 is now up 0.38%. The Dow's up 0.82%. The Nasdaq's down 0.39%. So if the Nasdaq flips green, remember you guys, everything will probably go bullish. Russell 2000 is up 0.95%, slipping, giving up some gains there. The VIX is down to $20.87, down 4%. So the volatility is actually leaving this market, you guys. That's what's going on. That's why you're seeing the bulls form back to the upside here. The volatility is leaving the market apparently right now for this moment. At this point, we're at the levels now. Like the Bears want to pin it and keep doing what they're doing and keep making lower lows. The Bulls don't want to see another lower low today. That's what the Bulls want to do. So the Bulls want to win by the end of the day. To the end of the day, they gotta just close out, consolidating here and up. You know, no more lower low patterns. For the Bulls, that'll hurt. The Bears, like I said, they need that lower low. They need one more lower low, possibly to just show that okay, we're actually gonna flush for real this time. They had 3 chances, so we're here now. We're just trying to see where it's gonna do next. They're about to begin this briefing shortly. 3985 is a key level of resistance. We've been stuck here for like 5-10 minutes. Got a little bit above it. Still waiting. If you're here, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We haven't been live in a while, man. This is the first time in about a year. I want to give a big thanks to, first and foremost, Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior. But, other than that, just want to thank, my clients and people who motivate me to just keep this stuff going. Even my haters, you feel me? Because y'all keep me in the thought process as, you gotta be just thankful, be grateful, be thankful for things that you have. You feel me? And not everybody has it the way you have it, and not everybody has the same problems, but we all go through shit, and some people go through shit harder than others. And I'm grateful. I'm thankful to have a business, a money business at that, and something to keep you attached with the whole entire world. Keep everybody together. The stock market, man, like it's amazing what this is all about. I wish they would teach more of that in school, like just the basics, like everything, like it should be mandatory, but they don't, and so you got to just kind of do your own research, do your own due diligence about this stuff, and this is how I got involved into it. The reason the idea came about LCAOD, honestly, was because of the pandemic in 2020. Um, I lost my job for real, just like everybody else. And I got stimulus. I had to file for unemployment, all that. But that stuff wasn't really working. And then my job called me to come back. But, I had seen a lot of advertisements about the stock market. And during the time I was watching a lot of news, they were talking about how it was crashing, it was tanking. So I wanted to get involved and understand what was going on at the time. But got in at a great time, you guys. I did. I actually used my stimulus to create my business, and we went forward from there, and things worked out for LCAOD, man. It was the most money I've ever seen in my lifetime at one time. So it was a good time, man. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I'm still in it. I'm still doing what I do now to keep the business rolling, and everything. You learn something new every day, you know. So that's just what everything's about. But want to give a shout out to that, man. Like I said, it's the first time this year we have went live, and like I said, I'm gonna try to do these live streams once or twice every month. Just try to. But we have been doing the recaps, you guys. So if you guys would hit that like and subscribe button and check out the recaps we do each day. Now we've been doing recaps here for about a week now. But yeah, just keep everything up to date. Stay tuned. SPY's trying to push a little bit up above VWAP here, you guys. The Triple Qs is back in the channel, fully off of that red line finally. So it's not looking like lower lows right now. It's looking like Triple Qs is trying to get back to VWAP possibly. They need about another dollar to confirm that, but I'm kind of right here, still at the lows, chilling out, trying to work our way back up. The market is, and it's just doing it at a very slow, volatile pace. Credit spread and really is what's going on. IWM is up. They're back up about 1.4% now. Up at one. Oh, IWM's taking off. Like I said, they're leading the rally up at $174.19, pushing up to a new high today. IWM broke out. So Amazon's back up, trying to get near VWAP. You can see that happening, forming out. So we're right here at a critical level, you guys. The market is anyway. Still waiting on Jen. They're taking their time today. They're taking their time. Key area right now, Bulls and Bears are fighting. They're fighting heavy right now. 12,700 NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's picking back up here. It's actually getting lower here, down only 0.30%, almost close to green, about 0.30%, about 30% left, about 0.28%. NASDAQ's picking up here. Triple Qs is starting to pick up, almost back to VWAP, getting close to it anyway. Russell 2000 is up 1.9%. You see the Dow up about the Dow's up 0.74%. The S&P 500 is up 0.42%. The VIX is down 4.28%. VIX is still selling out $20.81. You break below 20 on the VIX, you guys, this thing can go full bull mode. We're at the area right now where, they're letting things run here. They're letting the buys step in. Nothing wrong with it. It's been a lot of selling. Things been getting sold so quickly you can't even think. This makes sense. The NASDAQ's down now 0.27%, 0.26%. So still trying to push back and try to flip green possibly. We're still mixed though, you guys. The only down 0.25% now. Still mixed market. Still waiting on Jen. Still waiting on Jen. No breaking news so far right now. $3987 on the SPX. The thing's picking up here. SPX pushing up 3988 again, back to that level. Like I said, if we get back, we can push back to that 3994 level and try to push it back to that 4,000 level in the SPX. That'll be really, really key for a breakout here. It's back to the upside. All we did was gapped up, sold off back to where we started, and now it's riding momentum back to the upside currently right now. The NASDAQ is still red, so that's kind of what's making things go a little bit slow. But things are picking up here. SPY's breaking out to the upside. Triple Q's is breaking out. NASDAQ's only down 0.24% now. The VIX is still going down. 3989 on the SPX. 12,711 on the NDQ. So we're picking up here. We are starting to pick up. The Triple Qs just look like they're trying to show strength to VWAP. At least that's what it's looking like. So it's trying to hold up here to the upside. We're still waiting on Jen. Still waiting on Jen. She'll be live shortly. NASDAQ only down 0.20% now. Triple Q's almost to that white line, almost getting to VWAP, you guys. The SPY's a little over VWAP, almost to the green line. IWM's full bull, they're way above the green line. They just got to hold up from where they're at, excuse me. Amazon's almost back to VWAP, back to the middle. If the Triple Q's can get back to the middle, like I said, I think this will, you'll see green across the board. That's what it is right now, and they're almost there. So technically, this is the lowest it's been so far on the Triple Qs today, and showing strength from being at the lowest and is getting to like the highest point actually being where it's at right now, not from where it started, because the start of the morning was technically the gap up, so that really doesn't count unless you just brought it from Friday to Monday and sold instantly. You know, you brought it all at the top. You're just hoping it pushes back above VWAP, back to the top. You know, so that's what's kind of going on right now. Might have a new top in. If the NASDAQ don't flip green, that's just kind of what it's signaling anyway. But yeah, we are live here the remainder of the day. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I'm going to take a quick break here. We are waiting on Secretary Jen, as you can see. We will begin shortly.
Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Hey, ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', just like ballin', I be ballin'. Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin' like I'm Jordan, 2, 3. When I shoot it, yeah, I'm scoring. Swish. When I pull off, it's a foreign. Nigga, you can hear the engine run. Yeah, I'm ballin' like I'm Jordan. Running in circles round you niggas like I'm Gordon. Yeah, I pull off in my foreign. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin' like I'm Jordan, cause I'm ballin'. Ballin'. Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', just like ballin', I be ballin'. Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', just like ballin'. I be ballin', they free fallin', I'm like House Jim. I'm so possible, they more rats, naked axe Kim. I got no friends, cause it all in. I'm just getting bent and riding windows tinted. Don't wanna see sin, but gotta face sin, or I can get pinned. And I get it, they ain't getting, they must be missing the whole image. We be ballin', ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. just like ballin'. I be ballin', 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 ballin'. Yeah, nigga, I be ballin', 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 just like ballin'.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are back. And we're live. We're about to go live from the White House. There's Secretary Jean Pierre. She's in purple. What does that mean?
Happy Monday. So we're seeing the heartbreaking news of another shooting of innocent school children, this time in Nashville, Tennessee. The president has been briefed on the situation, and our team is in contact with DOJ and local officials about what is known so far. We want to express the president's appreciation for the first responders and prayers for all the families affected by this shooting. While we don't know yet all the details in this latest tragic shooting, we know that too often our schools and communities are being devastated by gun violence. Schools should be safe spaces for our kids to grow and learn, and for our educators to teach. As you all know, President Biden has taken more action than any president in history on gun safety, from nearly two dozen actions, including the executive order he just signed last month, or this month, pardon me, to the bipartisan Safer Communities Act legislation he signed into law after the tragedies in Uvalde and Buffalo. He also believes it's not enough. We must do more, and he wants Congress to act, because enough is enough. In his State of the Union, the president called on Congress to do something to stop the epidemic of gun violence, tearing families apart, tearing communities apart. How many more children have to be murdered before Republicans in Congress will step up and act to pass the assault weapons ban, to close loopholes in our background check system, or to require the safe storage of guns? We need to do something. Once again, the president calls on Congress to do something before another child is senselessly killed in a preventable act of gun violence. Again, we need to do something. I also wanted to say a few words about the deadly tornadoes that tore through Mississippi on Friday night. As the president said in a statement over the weekend, he and the First Lady are praying for those who lost loved ones in these tornadoes. To that end, President Biden approved an expedited major disaster declaration for Mississippi early Sunday morning and ordered federal funding be made available to support emergency response efforts in the areas affected by the severe storms. Secretary Mayorkas and FEMA Administrator Dion Criswell were also on the ground yesterday to assess the damage, survey emergency response efforts, and meet with Governor Reeves and other state and local officials. We remain committed to doing everything we can to help those impacted by these storms and help them recover. Tomorrow, President Biden will travel to Durham, North Carolina to kick off the Investing in America tour with a visit to Wolfspeed, a manufacturer of semiconductor chips that is investing $5 billion to expand their North Carolina operations and create 1,800 good paying jobs right here at home. Over the next 3 weeks of this tour, the president, vice president, first lady, second gentleman, and members of the cabinet will fan out over 20 states across the country to visit communities benefiting from Investing in America agenda. This includes places that are seeing new and expanded manufacturing facilities and creating new jobs thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act and CHIPS and Science Act, groundbreakings of new infrastructure projects funded by the bipartisan infrastructure law, and small businesses that stayed afloat or started because of help from the American Rescue Plan. They'll highlight not only the impact of President's economic agenda in these communities, but also what's at stake if MAGA Republicans in Congress get their way and repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. Hike taxes on hardworking families and slash funding for manufacturing, innovation, and research. As the president likes to say, budgets are a statement of values. That's why his budget cuts taxes for working people and families with children by almost $800 billion. And it pays for that by asking the super wealthy and large corporations to pay their fair share, all while not raising taxes at all for anyone making less than $400,000 per year. Tax proposals from MAGA House Republicans look very different. They want to add over $3 trillion to the debt, with giveaways skewed to the wealthy and large corporations. And even with those huge tax cuts, they're also advancing proposals that would raise taxes for middle-class families, hardworking Americans, and seniors. Now, they've even suggested they won't release a budget so they can hide how much of their deep and harmful program cuts are just paying for their tax cuts. That's irresponsible and not supported at all by the American people. And while Republicans in Congress are pushing for tax breaks for ultra-wealthy and large corporations, they're also introducing measures to deny millions of their own middle-class constituents from getting the student debt relief they need and deserve. We're talking about more than 2.1 million borrowers who have applied for student debt relief in Texas, more than 380,000 borrowers in Louisiana, more than 250,000 borrowers in Iowa. These are hardworking borrowers who, for the most part, make less than $75,000 a year. They're asking for a little extra breathing room as they prepare for loan payments to restart. And how are their Republicans elected officials responding? They're bent on denying middle-class families the relief they need, while at the same time slashing Pell Grants to provide a $3 trillion tax giveaway to the ultra-wealthy and corporations. These are the same Republican officials who voted to forgive hundreds of thousands of dollars in PPP loans for businesses. Some even had their own loans forgiven, as you've heard the president speak to many times. So I want to be very clear here. President Biden will continue to fight for the middle class families as he has been this past 2 years in his presidency. The president has also made clear he will veto H.R. 1, another bill that House Republicans have put forward to drive energy costs up for middle-class families, pad the pockets of big oil companies, and endanger the health and safety of all Americans. H.R. 1 would double the cost of energy efficiency upgrades that families need to reduce household bills. It would repeal key provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act to cut energy costs and boost economic development. It would eliminate pollution control requirements that prohibit big companies from polluting the air we breathe. And it will allow petroleum refineries that use hydrofluoric acid, a highly toxic chemical known to cause severe burns, eye damage, declassification of bones, to avoid any requirements to consider safer alternative. It is no wonder the bill was endorsed by big oil companies. And with that, Amr, thank you for your patience.
Of course, on national, pointed to last year's bipartisan reforms, as well as alluded to the executive actions, I think, of just a few weeks ago. And then you also pointed it's not a panacea, but is there any disappointment from the administration that these efforts haven't had more of effect on lessening the scourge of terrible violence?
Well, I don't have the data in front of me on what the president's executive actions has been able to do. Clearly, those are actions that are that he was able to do on the federal level. But the president has been very clear. We need to take more action. We actually need to ban assault weapons. We need to take more action so that our children are safe in schools, so that our communities are not torn apart. And we've been very clear about that. The president is going to continue to be consistent. He mentioned that at the State of the Union when he had an opportunity to just not speak in front of Congress, but also speak in front of the American people. We have to do more. The president has done almost as much as he can from the federal level to show how important this is to him. And this is something that he has been working on since he was senator. right? 30 years ago, when the first assault ban weapons passed, it was because of the work partially of then Senator Biden. So again, he's going to continue to call on Congress to act. This is, we can't keep seeing what we saw today. Right now, we're hearing 6 kids, 6 elementary kids dead.
3 kids and 3 dogs.
And so this cannot be happening. Our administrators, our educators cannot be, their lives can't be put on the line here when they're going to teach our kids. And the president's going to continue to speak out, and Congress needs to act.
If I could just ask about in Israel, before you got out here, Prime Minister Netanyahu announced his decision to delay action on the judicial overhaul until until the next parliament session. One, just generally, do you have any reaction? And 2, does delaying meet the administration's concerns, consensus, calls for consensus and compromise?
As you just mentioned, Amr, right before I came out, we heard from the Prime Minister of Israel. I do have a couple of things to say about his remarks. So we welcome this announcement as an opportunity to create additional time and space for compromise. Compromise is precisely what we have been calling for. And we continue to strongly urge Israeli leaders to find a compromise as soon as possible. We believe that it is the best path forward for Israel and all of its citizens to find this compromise. Democratic societies are strengthened by checks and balances, and fundamental changes to a democratic system should be pursued with the broadest possible base of popular support. And so that's what we're going to continue to call for.
Will we see the president address this latest school shooting in Nashville?
So I believe he will be addressing it before his remarks, at his remarks today about 2:30. So you'll hear directly from the president. So the answer there is yes.
Okay, and you spoke about the call from the president and the White House for Congress to act on gun violence, but here we are, another elementary school shooting. What does the White House say to American people who are feeling hopeless right now, in shock that this is happening once again?
We say that, yes, we agree. This is unacceptable. What we're seeing today, what we're seeing in schools and communities across this country is unacceptable. Our children should be able to go to school feeling safe, feeling protected. People should be able to go to grocery stores feeling safe. And what we saw today is devastating, is heartbreaking for any American, any parent across the country, or any American. And so that's why this president has been very clear from day one, he is going to continue to fight for those communities. That's why he did a historic amount of executive orders. From here, from this White House, he was able to sign executive orders that hopefully will make some difference at the federal level, but clearly there is more work to do in Congress, and this is legislative work that Congress needs to act on. So yes, you're going to continue to hear from this president. He's going to speak about this very loud and clear. And of course, he was proud to sign the legislation, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, just in the last, as we saw last year, in the last Congress. And that was something we hadn't seen in 30 years. And we believe a lot of that is because of this work that this president has done. And he has done this not just the last 2 years, but over his career. So we need to see more. And it is devastating. Of course, our hearts go out to families across the country that have lost loved ones. But the president, again, is going to call on Congress to act. That doesn't change.
On the storms, can you just walk us through quickly what the weekend was like for President Biden, when he got the alerts and when he was updated?
Yes, I can walk through some of that with you. So we'll continue to closely coordinate with our state and federal partners in response to the deadly storm that hit Mississippi. On Saturday, the president held separate calls with Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves, along with Senators Roger Wicker and Cindy Hyde-Smith and Congressman Benny Thompson, of Mississippi, to express his condolences for the lives lost and damage resulting from the tornadoes and extreme weather that impacted Mississippi overnight. On Sunday, President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Mississippi and ordered federal aid to supplement state, tribal, and local recovery efforts in the areas affected by the severe storms. And the president's, because of his actions, the federal funding available to those infected individual will go to counties like Carroll, Humphreys, Monroe, and Sharkey. And also on Sunday, as I mentioned at the top, we saw FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell and DHS Secretary Mayorkas travel to Mississippi to survey the damage and meet with federal, state, and local officials. And so the president again will continue to be updated as over the next couple of days. And so this is something that we are taking very seriously.
Is it at all Mississippi?
I don't have any trip. We don't have a trip to preview at this time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corinne. Does the White House have any additional executive orders in the pipeline on guns, given the realities of the lack of support for these things in Congress?
So don't have anything to preview at this time on any additional executive orders. As you know, earlier this month, while we were out west, I think you may have traveled with us. I can't remember. It felt like ages ago at this point. The president was able to announce an additional executive order, but we've taken historic actions. You know this, Jeff. I know you've covered this. The first year and a half, more than any other president has. And so clearly we have taken this seriously. But again, we need legislative action, and that has to come from Congress.
One other topic. Are U.S. regulators and is the administration looking at expanding emergency lending facilities for banks to help give First Republic Bank, which is one of the ones that's been concerned, more time to shore up its balance sheet?
So I don't have anything new to share from here. As you know, that's something the federal regulators and the Treasury Department, that's something that they would be focusing on. What I will say more broadly about regional banks and the actions that could potentially be taken, as Chair Powell recently said, our banking system is sound and resilient with strong capital liquidity. When we've taken decisive and forceful actions to strengthen the public confidence. You've heard me say that many times from here. That was something that was important for the president to do, and also give bank access to resources to meet those depositors' demand. And so, look, we took actions. The deposits stabilized at regional banks. That's what we have seen over the past 10 days or so. But I just don't have anything to share beyond that as it relates to regional banks or First Republic. But again, the actions that we have taken has certainly, we have seen them work. And we want to continue to give Americans confidence, but also make sure that depositors get what they need as well, the resources that they need.
Just following up on the idea of hopelessness, which I think all parents feel in a pretty visceral manner on days like today, does the president believe that there is an actual legislative solution to this, or a solution that the government can bring, given kind of culturally where the U.S. is on this issue with political divides, all of these things put together? Is there an actual solution here?
Well, the president, as you've heard him say many times before, he's an optimist and he's a fighter. And you have seen that from this president over the last 2 years. And he's an optimist, and rightfully so. You saw him sign a bipartisan piece of legislation that we hadn't seen on gun violence, to deal with gun violence in 30 years. That's because of this leadership of this president and the work that he's put in. So we have to be optimistic, and we have to fight at the same time. But we also have to call out what is unacceptable, and what we continue to see in these communities is unacceptable. And I know, Phil, you're a dad. I'm a parent as well, and what we're seeing, when you see those types of stories coming out of Nashville, it is devastating. It is devastating. And elementary schools should not be happening. And so you're going to hear directly from this president later today. Yeah, sure.
Back on Israel real quick. It's a domestic issue. There's a personal relationship between the president and the prime minister, obviously the dynamics between the U.S. and Israel. How does the president view his role when it comes to what's been happening in Israel the last few months?
So look, the president, as you know, just recently, but believe March 19th, he spoke to the prime minister. They had a very honest conversation. We gave a readout of that conversation, and you saw a statement from our NSC spokesperson just yesterday about the situation that we have been seeing, especially on this particular issue of the judicial court. And, when he discussed this with the prime minister, he said democratic values have always been and must remain a hallmark of the U.S. Israeli relationship. As you said, a close relationship. Democratic societies are strengthened by checks and balances, and fundamental changes to a democratic system should be pursued with the broadest possible base of popular support. That is what we all shared with you from that readout. So, U.S. support for Israeli security and democracy remains ironclad. That is continuing to be the case. But we will always have those honest and frank conversation with our partners, with our friends as well. Go ahead.
That's great. Just one follow-up on banking. With SVB's sale to First Citizens, does the administration believe the worst of the banking crisis is now behind us?
So we welcome the news, which comes at no cost to taxpayers. This is a process run by the FDIC, as you know. And so, again, because of the decisive actions that we have seen from the banking, the regulators, and from our administration, the banking regulators, and also the Treasury Department, the banking system is safe. The Americans here can be confident, and we have seen deposits stabilize at regional banks throughout the country, and in some cases, outflows have modestly reversed. So what we have done these past 14 days or so has worked. Not going to go beyond that, but certainly we welcome the news.
The shooting in Nashville has an unusual component in that the gunman is actually a woman. An adult woman has been identified, now 28 years old. Does the president have any expectation that when looking for a new way to talk about gun violence, we've been through Sandy Hook in the Obama years, we've been through Uvalde in this administration, looking for some way to have circumstances change how Americans feel about it. Tennessee is obviously a state with a gun culture as a part of its identity for many Tennesseans who live there and believe in a gun culture. Do you think there is any component of this, like having a female suspect, highly unusual, like a single-digit percentage of this, that could be a point for him to address to try to break through on a subject that has thus far not made change in the legislative realm?
So look, I know that the reporting on the shooting is still coming out. So I want to be very mindful and not get. I've heard or watched those reportings as well before coming out. So just want to be very mindful to not get ahead of. I'm sure there'll be an investigation. They'll look into it. Just want to be careful from here. Look, the president's going to continue to take action to reduce gun violence. Because this is a priority for him and he wants to save lives. He thinks it's important, clearly, to save lives, and he believes that more must be done. And that is something that you've heard from the president multiple times, sadly, when this has occurred. But he's also going to continue to ask Congress to enact common gun law reforms. That is something that must be done in the legislation, right, in the legislative branch. And so, and that's including requiring background checks on all gun sales, banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazine, and eliminating immunity for gun manufacturers who knowingly put weapons of war on the streets. And so those are things that they can do. Those are things that Congress can actually act on if they come together and take action. And so we can't. This is not something I want to do, and I'm sure this is not what all of you want to cover, is these types of shootings over and over and over again. This is certainly not what the president wants to keep talking about, and giving condolences to family members and communities. This is not okay. So we're going to continue to call on Congress to act. We're going to see what else we can do. The president just announced something, an action recently, because he wanted to make sure that we did everything that we can from the federal government, even after taking historic actions. So again, this is a sad day for our country, for the people of Nashville, and our hearts go out to them. Okay.
And on the president's call for legislation, has he spoken to or will he be speaking to Republicans directly? Is he going to ask Republicans from the White House, trying to negotiate directly himself?
Well, we've had... I get the question, but we have been having conversations with congressional members for this past 2 years. I mean, this is conversations that we have had over and over and over, and will continue to have. So it's not going to stop today. It's going to continue, or it's not starting around this particular sad shooting. But, you know,
He's had conversations with Republicans about the
I'm
need
saying
for
what
things like
I'm
an
saying
assault
is
weapons ban.
I don't have anything to preview for you at this time or to lay down of a conversation that he's had recently. What I'm saying is this is something that his administration has taken very seriously over the last 2 years. There's a reason why this is a president that has taken historic actions on executive orders when it comes to gun violence, because he's taken this seriously. I don't have anything to read out to you at this time, but our office, the Office of Leg Affairs, the Domestic Policy Office, these are things that we have taken very, very seriously. I'm going to try and take a question from the back because I know Alex way back there.
Can you discuss what happened with your FAA nominee and what you plan to do next? I mean, obviously there's been some high-profile incidents and people are concerned about the safety of our commercial aviation system. So what's next?
So FAA need a confirmed administrator, period. Like that's what they need. That's what the country and Americans deserve. Phil Washington had the right qualifications and experience for this role. A couple of things that you've heard me talk about and you've heard us talk about more broadly. He's led the Denver International Airport, one of the busiest airports in the world, managed large safety-focused transportation agencies, and served as command sergeant major in the military. This was a veteran of the military. This was a veteran. And, there were games that were played on, an onslaught of unfounded Republican attacks on Mr. Washington, on his service, his experience, and which irresponsibly delayed the process. So, including threatening unnecessary procedural hurdles on the Senate floor. That's what was happening. And so, Senate Republicans' month-long relentless campaign to sink the nomination of a qualified, again, military veteran. Our administration believes that his service in uniform is an asset. That should have been an asset. So again, we respect Mr. Washington's decision and are grateful for the time he dedicated to this process and continued commitment to public service. But again, the FAA needs a confirmed administrator here. Christian, go ahead. I know.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about this SBA roundtable coming up. There's been critiques from Republicans that the administration, while you guys are addressing all this fraud that we saw during the pandemic with the small business programs, there isn't enough work being done to modernize the system so that this moves quickly and smoothly going forward. We don't have to do this back-thinking process again. Do you have any response to that?
Yeah, I do. Look, America's small business economy is opening again. Right, it's growing, and a lot of it is because of the work that this president has done this first 2 years. 10.5 million applications that we have seen for small businesses. That's because of the work that we have done, starting with the American Rescue Plan, and because of how we've handled COVID relief, because of how we've handled making sure that we have an economy that grows from the middle up and the bottom up, middle out. We have seen this increase of people going out there trying to start small businesses. We've seen making sure that people don't get left behind. And this is because of SBA programs and services. And just a couple of things, CBA they have scaled up its use of technology and centered customer service and experience, increasing accessibility, streamlining processes, and delivering broad support across our programs. And because of that, they've been able to deliver on these historic outcomes. So the data shows that SBA has done the work because of this president's leadership to make sure that you see these small businesses growing. And a lot of that is from the beginning of the first couple of months that the president walked in, passing the American Rescue Plan. By the way, no Republican voted for. I know, we have to go. I'm going to take one more and try to go to the back here. Go ahead, John.
Thanks a lot, Ray. Any chance of the president reaching out to the Tennessee congressional delegation, predominantly Republican, in terms of trying to move legislation forward on the front of gun control, trying to, as you put it, move forward with meaningful gun control?
So don't have anything to preview at this time, but again, this is our administration, when it comes to Office of Leg Affairs, when it comes to other White House offices, has taken this very seriously, have had multiple conversations with members of Congress about moving legislation forward to deal with this issue, and that's not going to end, that's just going to continue.
Separately, just one final thing on foreign affairs front. The plans that President Putin announced over the weekend to move tactical nukes into Belarus. What is the administration's reaction to those plans that President Putin announced?
So we're going to continue to monitor the implications. We have not seen any reason to adjust our own strategic nuclear posture, nor any indications that Russia is preparing to use nuclear weapon. And so, we remain committed to the collective defense of the NATO alliance, but we have not seen any reason right now to change or adjust our posture. All right, guys, I know we'll see you on the road tomorrow, and I'll be back on Wednesday. Thanks, everybody.
Interesting. Okay. So as you can see, things sold off, and they kind of got bullish there towards the end. She said Biden's about to be live next, so that's what we're gonna be waiting on next. But interesting. Okay, we'll see. We'll see where the market overall is definitely trying to, like I said, get back to those highs from the gap up technically right now. But it's a lot of resistance right here. They're just kind of teetering it. The triple Qs is back in the channel, trying to just hopefully get to VWAP on the triple Qs. That's what you want to see. They're the lagging indicator here, only down 0.19% now though. The SPY is up 0.43%. The Dow is up 0.78%. The Russell 2000 is leading the rally a little bit here from the gap up 1.13%. The VIX is down 4.60%, $20.74, you guys. So it's not looking good for the VIX. The volatilities look like if the fear is leaving the market, people are going to buy. Keep that in mind. But yeah, we're right here. Dow rises as bank shares rebound, you guys. That's what's going on. So the market looks like it's about to flip full green here from being mixed all day, technically. Possibly right now. A big pop right there, a little bit right there on the triple Qs. Almost at VWAP, not there yet. The SPY's back above VWAP, almost at the green candle there. Trying to get to the green channel there, the green line. It's like I said, the Nasdaq flip green is going to really pick the market up here. We are gapped up here. We really just hold it up here right now. Support is showing support again. 12,721 right there. So another little $10 pop right there. SPX 3989 right there. So they hit 3990. Nice little pop right there. Bulls want to just keep this momentum right here. You don't want to really see no more downturns by another dollar down. You want to just keep momentum going towards the other side right here. If not, this is resistance though for sure. It has been all day so far. Still kind of at the lows a little bit. We're edging higher a little bit. We're edging higher. So yeah, Biden's up next. He's live next. He could possibly move it to the highs of the morning, or he's going to bring it back down here to the lows of the day. That's what's going on right now. So we went from no news to this being kind of the main events today. But then we got all that economic data coming in the rest of the week. We'll see what's going to happen. NASDAQ looking, like I said, if that flip green, it look real bullish here across the board. 0.8-10% down still, the NASDAQ. They've been leading the rally, so for them to be red, it's kind of pausing the rally, if that makes sense. So I'm just looking for the NASDAQ to pick up. Same things push higher here. So just retesting these tops right here on the SPX, you see. Possibly rejection here again. It's already starting to show weakness. You're going to push soon here. So 3988. The 1-day move. This is the high. Came here earlier. They was already here earlier. They haven't been here yet. That'll be the next goal. They just hit here. So yeah, they want to show that again. If not, it's weak here. See what y'all talking about in the comment section and Discord. Y'all rolling today. Yeah, I got Discord, man. Check out the Discord. Just Bitcoin. I don't really play Bitcoin. Two-year yield ripping. Two-year yield ripping. 11% of all births in Russia are born with alcoholic syndromes. So everybody good. Y'all just chatting. It's cool. Nothing wrong with it. Vibes of the day. SPY's back at 397. Triple Q's is right here. So like I said, kind of just made this is third high today. You got 3 highs, 3 lows. 4 technically. This is kind of a support zone here. Wanted to see a push back to retest at least 310 on the triple Qs right now. That'll flip it at least back to VWAP and get things back the green all across the board at least. It won't have it high, but it'll have it even. That's what it's looking like right now. Seeing a push retesting that high right here, 309.79. Big push right there, big pop. SPX 399 again. Another high, new high from the lows. New high from the lows, not the high of the day. The high of the day is over here, remember, rejection from the gap of 4,000. About 10 points away, 9 points away, SPX. NDQs as well, about what? About 100, their whole 100. So they got a long way to go, but you know, it can move fast here. You see a little $10 pop. Market starting to pick up here. NASDAQ only down 0.12% now, you guys. So this looks like about to almost flip. Not yet. Now I'm going to get your hopes up too soon. Could be a dipping point here for the Bears. But, you know, for the Bulls, it's looking like it's about to flip here from mixed to green, mixed to bullish. So NASDAQ only down 0.10%. The VIX is down almost 5%, though, you guys. Selling off. Volatility is leaving the market, $20.66. So they're letting them buy up right now. Letting them buy right now. S&P 500 is up 0.52%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.19%. And you got the Dow up here 0.84%.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States, accompanied by U.S. Small Business Administrator Isabel Casillas Guzman, Small Business Owner Natalie King, and today's panelists, Sarah Blakely, Melissa Butler, and Payal Kadakia.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the East Room of the White House. That's right. We are launching SBA's second annual Women's Business Summit in the White House. Amazing to fill this White House with so many incredible entrepreneurs. I see you all, you are advocates. I see all you, and including our chairman of the Senate Small Business Committee, Senator Cardin. Thank you, President Biden, for hosting us. And thank you, Mr. President, for your unwavering commitment to small businesses. In fact, there's been a historic small business boom under your leadership. And that's because from day one, President Biden has been a champion for American entrepreneurs, from the smallest of the small, initially left out of COVID relief, who reopened and thrived thanks to his American Rescue Plan, to the inventors, manufacturers, supply chain companies, and contractors seeing growth opportunities thanks to his historic investments in American infrastructure and clean energy, and to our Main Street job creators who are benefiting from legislation that lowers the costs of healthcare and prescription drugs for their workers. And he sees us. He knows women are leading the way as they continue to grow, innovate, compete, and lift up neighborhoods and communities across the nation. Which brings me to Natalie King. Natalie is the founder and CEO of Dunamis Clean Energy Partners, a multi-million-dollar manufacturing company with over 135 workers throughout Southeast Michigan. That is right. It's a big accomplishment. And she is helping to deliver our clean energy future. I was blown away when I first heard Natalie's story when I met her as a recipient of SBA's programs while I was celebrating Women's History Month last year in Detroit. And she launched Dunamis in 2012 as an energy efficiency firm, helping businesses use green energy to lower costs. But she saw the future and imagined the possibilities. So just 3 years after founding the business, she pivoted, and Dunamis began manufacturing LED lighting. And early last year, she announced they'd expand to produce electric vehicle charging stations as well. And Natalie isn't just imagining the possibilities for herself. She chose to start her business in her native Detroit. That's where she was born and raised. And because she wanted to give back and lift up her community. And she's doing just that. By the end of the year, Dunamis estimates they will create 100 new jobs and expects to double that to create 200 new jobs by 2025. And that's what happens when women lead. So everyone, welcome one of the entrepreneurial faces of the clean energy economy, Natalie King.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Administrator Guzman, thank you so much for that beautiful introduction and for having me as at the second annual SBA Women's Business Summit. Again, my name is Natalie King, and I am the founder and CEO of Dunamis Clean Energy Partners and Dunamis Charge, which is an electric vehicle charging manufacturing company located right in the heart of the city of Detroit. And we are the first African American woman-owned electric vehicle charger manufacturer in this world. Thank you. We currently employ over 135 workers, and we are on track to manufacture over 400,000 chargers by 2025, adding more than 150 good-paying jobs, including charger technicians, material handlers, engineers, and much, much more. I started Dunamis in 2012, and because I believe that clean energy technology gives entrepreneurs a true opportunity to do good for our communities while being good at what we do. Our success would not have been possible without the support that we received, really critical support that we received, especially during COVID from the U.S. Small Business Administration. And it made it possible for us to maintain our workforce during the pandemic. And as a result of President Biden's strong commitment to supporting small businesses and his investments in clean energy and manufacturing, we are growing, we are innovating, and we are optimistic about our future. The president often asks, where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing? Well, as a native Detroiter, hailing from the automotive capital of the world and the CEO of a manufacturing business, I can say confidently, Mr. President, it is not written anywhere. At Dunamis Charge, we believe electric vehicles are for everyone. And I'm proud to say that this country has a president that holds the same belief and who fights for small businesses that look like mine. So with that, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce to you the President of the United States, Mr. President Joe Biden.
Thank you. My name is Joe Biden. I'm Dr. Joe Biden's husband. And I ate Jenny's ice cream, chocolate chip. I came down because I heard there was chocolate chip ice cream. By the way, I have a whole refrigerator full upstairs. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. God. Ben, how are you, pal? One of the best guys in the United States Congress, Ben Cardin. Folks, welcome to the White House. It's a delight to have you all here. And who are those good-looking kids back there? They're your kids, all four of them? Well, stand up, guys. Well, I want you to know, like you, I had two brothers, three in our family, three brothers, and one sister. My sister is smarter than all of us. Not a joke. She used to be 3 years younger than me. Now she's 23 years younger than me. Yeah. She managed every one of my campaigns for office, even back when I was in high school. We went to the same university 2 years apart. She graduated with honors. I graduated. And we had a simple rule in the family. Listen to Val. My sister Valerie is incredible. So guys, be nice to your sister. You're going to need her. You're going to need her. I promise. It's the same lineup. You're the oldest. Who's number two? Number two? Who's number three? You're twins? Are you guys twins? Okay. All right. This how was in our outfit. Well, I'm so glad to see you all. Thanks for coming with Mom, okay? You got to take care of your mom. Dads are much harder to raise, but, you know. Before I began to speak, the reason I spent a little time with the kids, I just want to speak very briefly about the school shooting in Nashville, Tennessee. You know, Ben and I have been doing this our whole careers, it seems. And it's just, it's sick. You know, we're still gathering the facts of what happened and why. And we do know that as of now, there are a number of people who did not make it, including children. It's heartbreaking, a family's worst nightmare. And I want to commend the police who responded incredibly swiftly within minutes and the danger. We're monitoring the situation really closely, Ben, as you know, and we have to do more to stop gun violence. It's ripping our communities apart, ripping the soul of this nation, ripping at the very soul of the nation. And we have to do more to protect our schools so they aren't turned into prisons. You know, the shooter in this situation reportedly had 2 assault weapons and a pistol, 2 AK-47. So I call on Congress again to pass my assault weapons ban. It's about time that we began to make some more progress, but there's more to learn. But I just wanted to send my concern and hearts out to so many parents out there. I've been to so many of these sites, as Ben knows, by virtually every one. And one of the things you folks should, I know you do know, but you should focus on. You know, just like when in the military, my son was in Iraq for a year, other places, there's so many members of the military coming back with post-traumatic stress after witnessing the violence and participating in it. Well, these children, these teachers, you should be focusing on their mental health as well. And so I'm grateful. Anyway, sorry to start off that way, but I couldn't begin without acknowledging what happened. And now I'm grateful all of you are joining us here today. Natalie, thank you for that introduction and for doing such an amazing thing in Detroit. Detroit, making change charges for electric vehicles in the Motor City, keeping going during the pandemic. And I wanted to welcome your son, Diop. Where's Diop? There you are, pal. How are you? You got to be proud of your mom. You got to be proud of your mom. And thanks to folks like Natalie in cities and towns all across America, we're seeing pride coming back. You know, there's nothing that just sort of saps the pride of a city or a town when they lose a business, lose a significant employer. It just feels like you got your soul ripped out. But we're so many people, you're bringing so many people back. You're bringing back business in all across America, not just in the East and West Coast. So look, SBA's Administrator Guzman, I want to thank you for everything you've done and for your team too, supporting small businesses across America. We're also joined, as I said, by Senator Cardin, the chair of the powerful Small Business Committee, and literally, not figuratively, a true champion of businesses everywhere. And by the way, he's got more integrity in his little finger than most people have in their whole body. And most of all, thank all of you, small business owners and entrepreneurs who have joined us today. That includes 3 incredible panelists. Sarah started her business out of her apartment with $5,000 in a startup capital. And now she built it just a little old billion-dollar company. Oh. As my mother would say, God love you, dear. Whoa. Guys, you're going to be okay. Melissa began her business in a kitchen while working on Wall Street. Now it's the largest black-owned makeup company sold in Target stores all across America. Paul combined her business training with her lifelong passion for dance and created an exercise platform that has been used in 2,500 cities around the world. And by the way, you were here a couple months ago, performing with the dance company for Diwali celebration. You got it all, kid. You got it all. I'm not sure what's in the cards today about dancing. I'm not making any promises, but just know she can. And these women know what it takes to start a company out of nothing and build it into something that's consequential. You know, and they know how many women out there have the talent, the skills, and the commitment to start successful businesses if they only had the opportunity. I used to have a friend who was a great basketball player, and his name was Pete McLaughlin. He used to say, you got to know how to know. You got to know how to know. And that's part of what the SBA is all about, letting people know how to know. Today, it's all about lifting up women entrepreneurs and making sure they have the support they need to succeed. The businesses represented in this room stretch across industries from restaurants to architectural firms to hardware stores, plus Jenny's splendid ice cream. And by the way, it is splendid. You think I'm joking. If I were allowed to take you upstairs, I got a whole freezer full of Jenny's chocolate chip ice cream. You know, it's pretty dull when you've been in public life as long as I have. You're known for two things: chocolate chip ice cream and Ray-Ban sunglasses. But what the hell, you know? Look, you're entrepreneurs, you're innovators, you're job creators, and small businesses are the engine of our economy. The absolute engine of the glue and the heart and the soul of our communities. 12 million businesses across America are owned by women. 12 million. Small businesses like yours account for 40%. You account for 40% of the nation's GDP. You create 2/3 of all the new jobs, and you employ nearly half of all private sector workers. For an American economy is to be strong, it's going to have a strong, small business base. It has to be strong. We learned that again during the pandemic. When I came into office, this economy was reeling. Small businesses were hurting. Literally, hundreds of thousands of small businesses had closed across the country. Millions of Americans, many of whom worked in small businesses, lost their jobs through no fault of their own. To jumpstart America's economic recovery, we needed to help the small businesses, and we needed to help them fast. So we got to work. I signed the American Rescue Plan. Since I took office, we've delivered more than $450 billion in emergency relief to 6 million small businesses to help you pay your bills, to pay your workers, to keep your doors open. We gave additional support to more than 100,000 restaurants, more than 13,000 live entertainment venues, which were especially hard hit. And we powered historic assistance to 220,000 child care centers, 90% of which are owned and staffed by women. By keeping those centers open, millions of women keep their job. Working parents could go to work again, knowing their children were being cared for. It's constant. They're all connected. All this is closely connected. Today, thanks to actions like these, we've achieved the fastest, strongest, most equitable recovery in American history. We've created 12.4 million new jobs. That's more jobs. That's more jobs in 2 years than any president has created in a 4-year term. And a majority of those jobs are held by women. Unemployment is near a 50-year low, and record number of people have applied to start new businesses. Nearly 10,500,000 applications in the past 2 years. You know, as all of you know, every time someone moves to start a new business, it's an act of hope. It's an act of hope. We're seeing a lot of these across the country, a lot of hope. And once again, it's women leading the way. In 2021, women started nearly half of all the new business in the United States, up from less than a third having been started by them in 2019. Women-owned businesses like yours add $1.8 trillion to America's GDP every year, and that number grows. And now we'll keep that progress going. And you know that Small Business Administration runs a network of women's business centers across. You got to know how to know. You got to know how to know across all 50 states, Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico as well. These are places where women who want to start or grow a small business can get free business counseling, apply for an SBA loan, and compete for federal contracts. Today, I'm announcing that we're expanding the network of women's business centers to 160 centers nationwide, the largest number of all of American history. Plus, through the American Rescue Plan, we're investing $10 billion to to make capital available to small businesses. $10 billion is going to programs run by states and U.S. territories and tribal governments, which then are matched with public and private dollars, leveraging tens of billions more for small business. It's about leverage. This is vital because we know that plenty of companies with potential don't get off the ground or can't grow because they can't get the startup funds or venture capital. This can be a major barrier for women entrepreneurs. Last year, startups with all women teams received less than 2% of all the venture capital dollars. My administration, and in particular Vice President Harris, are working hard to change those numbers so more Americans with great ideas and strong plans can get the boost they need to launch successful businesses. Because, by the way, it helps everybody. It helps everybody. And then as we implement major pieces of legislation that I signed into law during the past 2 years, we're ensuring that women are fully at the table. And I mean that sincerely. From the historic bipartisan infrastructure law, rebuilding roads, bridges, water systems, high-speed internet, all across America. We're investing at over $1.2 trillion. If we're going to be the leading country in the world economically, we have to have a leading infrastructure in the world. And we rank at near the bottom of the major countries, I should say. The CHIPS and Science Act, I had trouble convincing people of this, but investing hundreds of billions of dollars, $300 billion, to restore America's technological edge by manufacturing semiconductor chips. By the way, we invented those chips. Oh, we did. We, the United States of America. And then we got fat and happy. And it seemed like a lot of major corporations thought it's better to export jobs to get cheaper jobs and import product. Not anymore. By the way, for the first time, firms receiving significant federal dollars will have to make sure the high-quality child care is available to their workers. So parents can keep their jobs and keep good jobs. You know, by the way, those so-called fabs, where they build these computer chips, you know what the average salary is going to be in the fab? $130,000. And you don't need a college education. The Inflation Reduction Act, our country's biggest investment in climate ever, anywhere. Across all these laws, we're making sure that women have access to new jobs and new contracting opportunities in sectors where they've been historically underrepresented, from manufacturing to construction to clean energy. And by the way, I'm known as America's most pro-labor senator. Well, guess what? And then as president, well, guess what? They're, in fact, increasing the number of women who are in labor unions. It's got to be. Oh, no, you think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. Women are more than 50% of the population, to state the obvious. We want to have the strongest economy in the world. We can't leave half the workforce behind. It's that simple. And when we make major investments like these, small businesses are going to benefit as well. Last year, I went up to Syracuse, New York, where I went to school. Micron Technology, a big semiconductor chip manufacturing, is investing $100 billion to build a huge manufacturing facility, so-called megafab. Well, guess what? It's going to create 9,000 good-paying jobs. I met women there named Shawnee Davis. She studied at Syracuse University. Her dad introduced her to electrical work. He was an electrician. She joined the IBW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, completed her apprenticeship, was the first black woman in the city to become a master electrician. Now she owns her own electrical business. And with Micron making this huge investment in Central New York, thanks to the law we passed and pushed, that means more opportunity for her company and her workers. And here's what she said. She said, I'm a small business now, but I'm not planning to stay a small business. Well, all of you in this room know that kind of determination. That entrepreneurial drive is the heart of America's spirit. And we have to be unleashing it by helping more women entrepreneurs launch their businesses and achieve their dreams. Let me close with this. During Women's History Month, we recognize the history of women entrepreneurs in America. And it stretches back centuries. But it was only 35 years ago, in 1988, that the Women's Business Ownership Act was signed into law. Before then, in many states, if a woman applied for a business loan, she needed her husband, her father, or her brother to co-sign for her. I'm not joking. When I passed the Violence Against Women Act, I eliminated that because you used to have to get a bank account too. Can you imagine? Well, thanks to all of you, we're making up for lost time. And for the women, for all the women who through decades have dreamed of having their own business, making their own money, carving out the slice of independence, but couldn't because the laws wouldn't let them or they didn't have the money or family support. That's why what you're doing today, along with women across the country, is so important. You're helping America be a company where everyone can participate, where everyone's contribution is valued, and where everyone has the freedom to pursue the dreams and build the future that they dream of. That's been the promise of our nation from the start. And you're making it real for this generation and future generations. Because of you, we're going to continue our progress in the years ahead. You may have heard me say it before, but I can honestly say it without fear of contradiction. I've never been more optimistic. I mean this when I've been doing this. I know I don't look it, but I've been doing this a long time. I need one of you to help me out here. But anyway, I've been doing this a long time, but I've never been more optimistic about America's future than today. I mean it sincerely. We just have to remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we set our mind to it. Nothing. So I mean it. That's when they asked me if I could only do one thing, what would I do? I said I'd cure cancer. They said, why is that? It's not just because cancer affects so many people. It's a big thing. And Americans began to wonder whether they could do big things anymore. Well, guess what? We're going to cure cancer. We're going to cure cancer in the next 25 years. We just invested $5 billion more than I used to do it. So look, on behalf of a grateful nation, I want to thank you all because you're such an inspiration to so many men and women around the country. You really are. You truly are. And God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Folks, I can't stay. I've got to go. But I hope you have a good conference here, and I hope you have a good round table. And there's a little thing going on around the world. Anyway, thank you so very, very much for everything.
That was strange right there. I ain't never seen them pause the music and like, wait, they gotta go. And I hope you have a good day. All right, that's the president right there by him. Like you see, he brought the market back up here. The Nasdaq's at that level I was telling y'all about earlier. They're about to turn green. They're 0.1% red still. So that's a key point because 0.000 red. You can flip the Nasdaq from red to green. We got a full bull market here today. We gapped up, sold off, and it's been brought back up so far right now. It's slow. It's slow. Volatility is leaving the market. You can see. Excuse me, I'm enjoying on some chips right now. But Disney will roll out the first of 3 layoff rounds this week. You saw that headline earlier. Now they got an article about it. Disney actually topped by $1 since that came out. So I don't know. It's going to be very key this week. What time is it? It's 5 minutes into Power Hour. Uh-oh. Market about to close at 4 p.m., you guys. We still going to make a recap. We're going to make a recap at about 6 or 7. Yeah. We live right now. This is Stock Market Live with LCAOD, man. And the market is trying to get green, full green right now. We're still mixed here. The NASDAQ is anyway. But that little news conference or whatever was just happened. That pushed the market up. So this is cool. People got different sales signals at it. So yeah, nothing going on right now. Market kind of chilling out, pulling back from the high of the day, technically from the bottom, not the high of the actual day from the morning. So this is kind of like your second high midday here. The market's about to close in the hour, so it's gonna be a high of close. Looks like we're not gonna retest that a high of the 312 level on the triple Qs today. It looks like that's out the picture, but who knows? We're right here at 310. It might be still in play, but it looks like we might be creating two tops here, as you can see the levels. And you know, there'll be more downside pressure here. Possibly. Upside looking definitely just break above 312, 316. So we're gonna see. I like that. I like they got different indicators and stuff like that. It's actually cool. I think it was one I was already using though. Alright, so strategy and MACD strategy. It's like a VWAP one. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Right there. Right there. Gotta have a channel. You need a channel. You need a channel when you're looking at these charts. You get a channel, it lets you know the levels real vividly from what the market makers are eyeing. So that's key, you know, for you guys to remember that. But I figured out the one I was using. You can change the colors. Like I had it on the other chart. Let's see. Okay, yeah, right here. So upper band will be green. VWAP. I want VWAP to be white. Okay, now. This chart is so we do black. VWAP will be black. We'll do VWAP in black. That's right. VWAP black. Let me see. This one. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. And that's actually I can do this white. Let me just keep it black. you guys. I'm just messing with this stuff. Just messing with it. It's been a while, you know. It's been a while. Just messing with it, but that's where we at right now. As you can see, QQQ is back in the channel. They did just touch VWAP when Biden was speaking, so he did move the market to the upside here, and it's just chilling out a little bit below VWAP, still in the red, down about $1.12. Kind of hanging out near VWAP now. Yeah, let me see. Let me change that the background. But, I guess we were white. And, yeah. Alright, that's cool. So I always look at the channel. Like I said, the goal is to get here about 311.50 the green line on the QQQs. VWAP is the middle, you guys. For those who's just tuning in, or you know, you're gonna rewatch this. I see people in the Discord asking what the chart means, what the channel is, and all that stuff is. So this is the channel. You can see this is what the market makers are trying to move things to. And you know, you just gotta kind of look at it and see if things can happen and circulate the news surrounding the movement. But this would be the low here. This would be like max puts if it breaks out of the if it breaks below and out of the channel below this red line. That would be like, you know, it'd be completely sold off. So that's kind of where it was at. You can see here all morning this area right here on the QQQs. Anyway, they were really selling off. It was looking like it was about to break below, but they actually found support here, this area here, and that's why you see this momentum right now. You're trying to see if it's gonna make it back to this area up here, though. By the end of the week, that would be the ultimate goal. You got a lot of news coming out. It looks like it can still do it. It looks like that move is still in play. But like I said, it can go either way. It's near VWAP, so definitely it's in the middle. It definitely can go either way. It's what that's signaling. The market is mixed here, though, you guys. The market is mixed. The S&P 500 is up 0.47%. The Dow's up 0.85%. The Nasdaq's only down 0.12% now. The Russell 2000 is up 1.50%. The VIX is down 4.28% at $20.81. So the volatility is leaving the market here. It looks like that's what they're signaling. And that could be good for investors. That could be good for investors. I don't think we have any more briefings today, considering Secretary Jen already spoke. Biden spoke. I don't think anything else will be moving the market today, you guys. But tomorrow will be a lot of news. I won't be able to live stream tomorrow or the rest of this week. But I'll be doing the recaps like I said. And we'll be definitely looking at these levels and seeing what's going on. But man, this was a fun day. It's reminded me of old times. It reminded me of retirement when we were making live streams every day. Oh man, but yeah. Right now, let's see. We're gonna take a quick break here. It is 3:15. The market is closed at 4 p.m. So we got almost about 30 minutes left, about 45 minutes left. So be making your decisions. If you're gonna do something, be thinking where we at. Look at the chart, see where we at, see where things are lining up to be. See what they are trying to do. Remember, we got a lot of data coming out this week. FOMC speakers, we got all that. You know. Economic data this week, we got all that, you know. We'll be showing this again on the recap tonight. We got all this, top 5 things to know, you know. One stock to buy, one stock to sell. Buy Lulu, sell Walgreens. They got earnings this week. Pay attention to those. That's what happened on Friday. Technically don't even need that anymore. We can get that out of here. Get them out of there. But we're going to take a quick bathroom break, you guys. We'll be right back.
Mama, stop playing making bees again.
First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. Yeah, no way nobody gonna kill me. I'll never be that. Well, I pray that and I hope that. Yeah, they hear what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't be playing. The shit going down what I'm saying. So you better listen up, or your body going up. Yeah, spirit gonna ghost, yeah. You can give pop, nigga, you don't want the most, yeah. You don't wanna do that, nigga, we don't brag a boast, yeah. We ain't faking or frying, we own.
Yeah, we on. Don't call on my phone. Trying to get me down. No girl, just leave me alone. Yeah, I'm at the crib. Yeah, I'm with the crew. Yeah, my nigga, roll up a blunt, maybe two. Yeah, we gon' do what we do. Yeah, cause we the illest crew. Yeah, yeah, we riding. Yeah, we be vibing. Yeah, vibing on the island. Yeah, young niggas, we be wildin'.
First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. No love living. No love lost. It costs to be the boss. Right price, my people take you off. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Chicken just like cancer rolling off football. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffee. Chicken just like cancer rolling off football. Hey, decide how I'm gon' face it. Hey, decide how I'm gon' make it. Every day I'm just tryna make it. Make it and bake it. Blue faces. I love honey, I love money. Bitch blowing me up, what you want, honey? Phone always motherfucking jumping. I can't never get no peace, man, I just want it. But I'm just chiefin'. Man, I seen some demons. Hey, demons being deacons. Not Wake Forest, but you get it. No love living. No love lost. It costs to be the boss. Right price, my people take you off. Gotta keep the hate in there, graveyard coffee. Chicken just like cancer rolling off football. Gotta keep the hate in there, graveyard coffee. Chicken just like cancer rolling off footballs. Hey, bitches like my post, man, they know I'm the most. Yeah, they can't wipe me out, no shore ocean. Yeah, but she water floating, and I'm swimming in it. All the motions, all the waves, tired of that. Cannot take me back, you
can't wife me, bitch. You cannot take me back. You can't knife me, bitch. Cause I always turn my back on snake shit. When he doing that weightlift, and these niggas doing that snake snitch. With the rats. Never ever been there, always got chest. What the fuck you talking about? I ain't get into you. It came from the motherfucking soil. Hey, I'm your highness. I'm royal. Hey, I be getting oil. Wait, I be getting oil. Dab, 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 dab the more. Nigga, I be oil. Lift up. Lift up. Where you ain't cold? What's up? I ain't got no boat. Never sunk. Float. Whenever it happen, hope. No love living. No love lost. It costs to be the boss. Right price, my peoples take you off. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffin. Cheapin' just like kids rolling off footballs. Gotta keep the hate in dead graveyard coffin. Cheapin' just like kids rolling off footballs.
You said you tried that big girl to get you. You had our time together. I have to let you go.
We getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke. So we getting high, we getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke. Yeah, I like to smoke up on that dope. When I roll it, yeah, my nigga, yeah, I like to take a toke. Yeah, I pull it, yeah, my nigga, I with that toolkit. Yeah, I smoke it, yeah, I roll a doobie. Yeah, I roll a doobie, kick back and watch a movie. Yeah, I'm just laid back, chillin', I'm groovy. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm shooting clips just like a movie. Ooh, yeah, your girl roll a blunt, then she wanna do me. Yeah, she wanna do me. Smoking a blunt though, roll it. No, I never stunt though. Hell nah. Roll up that blunt, bro. Light it. It smell like a skunk, yo. Yeah, it stank. Oof. Rolling up that thing. What you think? It's filling up my tank. What you doing? Yeah, that shit stank.
Ooh. Damn, that shit stink. Damn, that shit in my house stinking up my place. And now I feel misplaced. My mama found my stash. Damn, she said, boy, that is gas. Where'd you get that from? The shells. I said, mama, be quiet, don't tell. Please don't tell, and I won't tell. We just getting high. Float in. I'm in the sky. If I lie, I die. If I lie, I die. I told you and believe. You better believe me, man. We getting lit. We getting lifted. My flow so gifted. Pay attention. You know we on it. They really want it. They gotta pay for it. If they really want it. Cause ain't nothing free. Nah. This gas ain't cheap. Hey, come on, Harry B. Come on, Harry B. We getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke.
We like to smoke. Yeah, we getting high, we getting high, we getting high, we getting high. Cause we like to smoke. We like to smoke. We like to smoke.
We like to smoke. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. The market is holding up, man. Just wanted to give a clap for that. We got about 30 minutes left here. The market about to close. Monday being kind of a questionable Monday. A questionable Monday, you know. We don't really know what's going to happen going on forward here. We gapped out, we sold into the gap off, and now we're just consolidating back to the upside. A little bit above the gap up. That's what's going on right now. The NASDAQ is actually still down. I think the market is still mixed currently. It is. Market still mixed currently. It is. The NASDAQ's down 0.7% still. So they're the only one still red. Everybody else still holding their gains. Not fully, but some. The S&P 500 is up 0.55%. The Dow is up 0.92%. The Russell 2000 is still leading the rally, 1.43% up. The VIX is down 4.97%, $20.66. So the VIX is still leaving the market. The volatility, the speed is actually leaving the market. There's some levels I drew earlier on the VIX. You can see didn't tag that one. Went through that one. That was kind of your middle at the moment. And below this one now, the VIX is here. New levels on the VIX. So it lasts longer than rate. Try to get underneath it. Right there, boom. So these are your new levels on the VIX. This is the VIX is sold off. This is, you can draw a star. You can draw cat. You can draw tic-tac-toe. It's over with for that one. So new levels is we're looking at now on the VIX are remember exercise is over here now. You know, you got to try to get back if you want the stock to have a little bit of a pullback again and come and show strength and see if it's going to retest the lows again. It got to get back above right here, $21.12 at least by close on the VIX to the downside. I'm looking at it just to break below the low today, $20.58. So about 30 more cents to go if it can do that. That's the level we're looking at on the VIX. And like I said, as you can see, it's the speed of the market. Volatility went down. The speed went down. It didn't go up. So by the speed going down, stocks went a little bit up with it. You know, it's a slow up. It ain't what it was this morning. It's not the gap up. This ain't fast. It's just slow up, but it's still at the lows at the end of the day. So the market kind of it told me some things today. You know, I see some things and some moves, and possibilities, plays, and stuff like that. I see what's going on. Cool day though. Cool day. Other than that, Netflix, man, crazy momentum with Netflix stuff. So the Outer Banks, Murders lead Netflix to top streaming ratings. So Outer Banks is what shot Netflix up here to that 336. Outer Banks is pretty good. I need to check it out. I think I'm gonna start watching it tonight. I mean, I ain't got nothing else to do. I'll start watching tonight. Yeah. So that's where it's at. But Netflix, other than that, I got earnings coming up April 18th. They're kind of in this channel right here. They're back in the channel. The VWAP is right here. This would be an ultimate high, max pain, maximum for the Bulls, max pain for the Bears. Down here, this would be ultimate low, maximum for the Bears, max pain for the Bulls. So, you know, okay, like that. Let's see, Netflix. Disney is still holding its gains up from that. And I told you guys, they got a gap up, but from that gap up, they entered this portal here, and you see right here, this is when the news got announced about the layoffs. So layoffs kind of look like this face right here that I just drew. So yeah, it's like it's not good really, but it's good for the stock. So you see, it's got bullish here, and it's up here now. Disney's up here. $100 is still the pinpoint level. I'm looking at $100 even on Disney. If the layoffs, if they're gonna, depending on how many people they do lay off, they're gonna announce that number sometime this week. So $100 would be the ultimate goal. And I'll give it some time for real, but it sees how close it is. You know, you could be sitting in the money deep if Disney really get bullish and go way above $100. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Layoffs have been bullish, like I said, so far. So that's the only reason I'm looking towards the upside on the Disney for it. But if not, you know, definitely looking forward to retest 90 on Disney because of the layoffs. So down here somewhere. Like I said, this is a long-term play we're looking at. Disney, Walt Disney. Kind of want to take my kids there this summer. So it's a goal. Something to try to accomplish. May not get accomplished this year, maybe next year. Who knows? We'll see. If the layoffs, like I said, kick into effect sometime this week, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. It's already kicked into effect now, but you know you want to see a bigger move than this. But this is kind of a good start, definitely for sure. So layoff news announced here has caused this momentum to the upside, you guys. What's going on? 334. Market about to close here in about 26 minutes, you guys. Be thinking about your moves. If you're not going to do it, you're either going to buy or hold. You know, you're either going to keep your buying power, stay on the sidelines, keep watching, keep learning, nothing wrong with that. Or you going to buy and go ahead and get into something and you're starting to feel confident and confirm. It's confirming, the charts and numbers is confirming to you what you're thinking. So make a decision. You got about 26 minutes left. Disney's pushing up here. The highs. Got strong resistance at 96. Sell wall. Triple Q still stuck right here at this 309 level. So they're still in the channel, but looks like they might be heading back here in the channel. You know, they're going to turn this thing around and go here, back to VWAP. Just look like that's what they've got going on right now. Amazonian. Remember, they already announced their layoffs. But, you know, it's been strong selling pressure on Amazon. I can't lie. Amazon just looking forward to make new lows by the end of the week. I'm looking at 95. I'm looking at the 95 level and below being the ultimate, depending on the data. That's the ultimate low I'm looking at right here for Amazon. So I'm expecting it to actually come down here by the end of the week. Just looking at the data and stuff, seeing how things might be. But if it's not good, I'm looking at about 95 and below on Amazon. If things are good, I'm looking at about 101 there on Amazon by the end of the week. So they got, you know, it's good news coming out this week. Economic data, everything good, no problems. 101. Bad news, I'm looking at 95. Banks not holding and stuff like that. Banks still collapsing 95. So that's what I'm looking at still on Amazon. Just playing it out minute by minute, second by second. I may get into a position here at the close. But I'm going to wait, though, because they might have a 10-minute rig here at 350. 10-minute rigs are just, you know, they move the market at a very fast pace. They'll move the market in the last 10 minutes more than they have all day. And so that's what they call a 10-minute rig. That sometimes happen, not all the time. It sometimes happen. It's been happening a lot recently. It happened last week. But yeah, the market gapped up though. IWM is gapped up. Everything's gapped up. And it's actually holding its gains from the gap up right now. That's what everything's saying. IWM is just came back into the channel. Finally, all day it hasn't been in the channel since so that was about what, lunchtime, maybe Euro close, a couple hours ago. Ever since then, it was in the channel kind of like throughout the morning a little bit. but it just now got back in the channel now, you guys. IWM, small stock. So remember, they're kind of holding the market up here today. This is kind of where the market is rallying to kind of off of the market is rallying definitely off of the gap up here, and then you got the IWM with this bullish momentum and outside of the channel here. So that's the Russell 2000. That's what's kind of moving the market today, you guys. So keep that in mind. The Nasdaq is going back down here. Didn't show strength to flip to green, so that's not good. Down 0.31%. The S&P 500 is up 0.32%. The Dow is up 0.86%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.40%. The VIX is down 4.5%, down $20.82. So the VIX seeing a little bounce here. Yeah, we're going to take another quick break here, you guys. Other than that, nothing going on, no news. Just be cautious. You see, the market is still moving here. It closes here shortly, about 20 minutes. We're going to take a quick little break. No earnings plays. We're entering after the bell. The big earnings is tomorrow. You got Lulu, Micron, Dave & Buster's. All that's tomorrow after the bell. Nothing going on today. BioNTech had earnings this morning. They had earnings basically Monday morning, pre-market, and it came out and it went down, but it went back up, and it's kind of just sitting down right now. So that's BioNTech, but that already happened. I'll show you guys that chart real quick before we take a break. BioNTech is here. So this is their earnings. 119, topped it out. 128 came back to the gap fill. Now they're just chilling right here inside the channel, above VWAP. So I don't know. Their earnings looking, looking like it's gonna come back down though. I don't know. We'll see. The report is out. Everything's out though. We're gonna take a quick break, you guys. We'll be right back.
Hey, I just hit this motherfucking Backwood, man. You already know how I'm coming, you already know how I'm rocking that rolling style. I don't really know why y'all like, hey, I don't know why y'all play with me. Gang, hey, I'm blowing on this wood. Y'all think shit really good. Shit ain't good in the hood. It's not. Lost a couple niggas ain't good. R.I.P. to my soul. So they got on Magnolia. Evergreen Hickory plate. 275 they play the trenches. Hey, nigga, it's a chase. Took what? Did the race. What I do? Took his pack in his face. Gang shit. Spit in his face. Manufacture spit on the dick. Shot. And shit is split. Pull off a wig. Boy, that bitch bald headed little bill on that pussy Caillou. Hit the bitch, pass off like an alley hoop. Begging that bitch like Michael Jordan. I'm slapping the nigga, I'm slapping your hoe. Hey, 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 hey.
Hey, they know how we move, hey, riding with the crew, hey, throwing up my tools, yeah, throwing up the dudes, hey, JoJo toting on the seat, he gon' make some moves, hey, smoking on the gas back, we're blowing up the room, woo, woo. What you smoking on, little nigga? What you smoking on? That gas ain't really that strong. That pack ain't really that strong. But I smell you smoke it in the dough. You smelling what I'm on? Hey, 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 Bands on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for Team Major. And Leonard P in the cut, rolling doobies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for Team Major. And Leonard P in the cut, rolling doobies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Fuck it up, rack it up like me, make it icky like Vicky. Spit hanging from my mouth sticky. From up top, you look pretty. Make me Millie, rock with my Jimmy. This AR whole 50. See you next century in theory. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teenager. And let it be in the car, all the newbies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teenager. And let it be in the car, all the newbies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up.
Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teammates up. And letting the P in the crib rolling doobies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Fuck what they talking about. Fuck with this shit. Fuck what they talking about. Fuck with this shit. Fuck what they talking about. Yo, nigga, I don't need no gang, gang, gang. Nigga, I'm my own gang, 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 gang. If you say my name, we gon' spray, spray, spray. All my niggas with it, toe K, K, K. $1 million money, yo, send me automatic. I heard you want some pressure, boy. You don't want no pressure. Blowing out the bag, boy, you know the straight pressure. When your hoe see me, boy, she want straight pressure. You don't wanna see me. You don't want me creep like late night creeping. And your bushes let them niggas sticking. And your bushes let them niggas sticking. You don't wanna see me creeping. You don't wanna pressure, pressure. You don't wanna pressure, pressure. Hey, where did she rush she for? I choked her till she coughed. I beat her like a runaway slave, hell I brought her. Yeah, ma'am, I fucked your daughter and I'm 21, I be with Savage and I slaughter. But I'm Leonard P, these bitches think I'm flaunting. I got a little weight, cause in Shottsbury this shit haunting. All these fucking shootouts, it's better to move in silence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back from the quick little break here. The market is about to close in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, the market is about to close. It's 3:45. Man, I want you to give yourself a pat on the back today because you made it here and we got 15 minutes left. I used to do word of the days and quote of the day and explain what relatable words meant towards the market. I used to do that, but that was when I was live streaming every day. We're not going to do that here today because this will be the only possible live stream this week as of right now, you guys. But like I said, we're going to do a recap here this evening, and then we're going to do one tomorrow evening. And we're going to do one the rest of the week. We're going to be doing a recap. So stay tuned to that. Like I said, hit the like and subscribe button on the YouTube channel if you could. But we're back testing now. The market is kind of selling off here. Again, we're back at the lows. The triple Qs didn't hold its gains at VWAP, and it's looking like it's wanting to get near the red line of the low of the day here, near the low of the day on the triple Qs. The SPY as well is below VWAP. So giving back the gains here. Nothing's really holding. It's going up slow, coming down fast. That's what we really just been seeing. Only reason it's been going up is because it's been getting gapped up, honestly. But if it wasn't for these gap ups, man, the market would have really probably been down here by a lot. Probably last week, for real, 2 weeks ago. You would probably see the SPY really low, at least like 380, 70, maybe 360, because it's just these gap ups have really just been saving the market so far. But yeah, the data that's coming out, it could be a meaning behind the gap up. So you just want to see. You just want to see. So you want to wait it out and see. But things are happening. Things are moving. So you want to be thinking and seeing at the same time, if that makes sense. But the SPY's coming down here. Triple Q's coming down. IWM is actually coming down, coming back into the channel. Amazon is a little bit above VWAP. See where the VIX is at. It looks like the VIX got a little bounce. Man, what a day. What a Monday. What a Monday. Yeah, it does. Net volume up. Top is sus. Selling Delta 20 puts to protect my shorts that are in profit. No one on planet Earth is buying clothes. Anyone buying the close? Load up Tesla now. 3 more candles. Bullish by the close. This is a rally after hours. 193. This is a huge discount. Tesla has been getting a lot of information, especially with him and Twitter. Elon been tweeting a lot about Twitter. He's trying to underpay them basically by about $20 billion. So a lot of people are saying he's trying to get out of the Twitter deal to get back into the Tesla a lot more and help Tesla out. Because the people know that's why Tesla even went down as low as it is. If you look 1 year out, it sold off about $200 just because of the Twitter deal. But things can go either way, you know. Things can go the way they want them to go. Okay, sorry, I was reading you guys in Discord. I'm trying to read the comments at the same time. My bad. But VIX right here at a level of, looks like they're trying to climb back to the middle level from the low down here. These 3 lines, 1, 2, and 3. So it's trying to get back to 2 right now. But it's right here stuck in between 2 and 3. If it get back to 1, expect a pullback on the stocks. If it gets back to 2, expect a little bit of a pullback on the stocks as well. If it stays right here between 2 and going to 3, just expect the stocks to keep the momentum that they have gained technically since about lunchtime up until now, until close. They're slipping though. They're losing it a little bit right now. Tesla's actually selling off. They're coming down. SPY's coming down. Triple Q's is coming down too right now. Triple Q just look like got a 10-minute rig here going on. Triple Q's is coming back to the lower end of the channel. They broke out of the channel, so the Triple Q's is not even in the channel anymore. They're below it. Looks like the NASDAQ is picking back up here, high red, 0.38% down. So it looks like we might get a mixed market in here to close. This has been mixed all day. It started off green, then it went mixed, then it went almost full green, and then it went back mixed. It's been mixed all day, you guys. The NASDAQ has been down all day, and the VIX has been down all day. The S&P 500 has been both colors today. So this is what kind of been going on, man. Interesting. 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 Remember, they're going live tomorrow. They're going to be speaking about the banks tomorrow. Market is about to close here in about 6 minutes, 7 minutes. About 5 minutes left, you guys. The chick thing right there, Amazon, starting to come back down below VWAP here, you see. Let's just go ahead and go over every play here. We're going to be checking with these. We're going to be doing a recap over these names in the recap. Just about to go over them real quick right here. So the spotlight is coming down here. Spot's coming down. Netflix. Netflix. So Netflix sold off all those games from opening bell, and then it didn't look like it's not going to retest and try to get those games back, you guys. Either this is what it's looking like. So bear market, but Bulls had the momentum. They lost it. Bear market again here. Looks like it's about to close. Microsoft selling off here at the lows again. Dow's coming back down. QQQ's coming down. IWM coming down. Amazon still selling off. Disney pulling back a little bit. Remember, the Russell 2000 really caused this rally today. Well, kept it up anyway. The gap up caused the rally. The Russell 2000 kept the momentum up for everybody. Barely, as you can see, barely. So it's going to be very critical tomorrow. We'll go over the levels in the recap in a couple of hours. But watch new month for the JPM collar to replace their manipulation bets as they unwind their quarterly options. QQQ is going to close at low today. Possibly. Looks like that's what's going to happen. 0 today. Murder. Yeah. So you don't play those. Really, I hate those. I hate they even got those on as an option. 0 today expiration. That's stupid. Know you're going to lose if you don't get out the first move in the morning. So volatility right here. It looked like volatility is actually heading back towards 3. So volatility is actually still going back down. So you see probably a little pop here going into the close here. You got 2 minutes. Make your decisions, you guys. But you're actually seeing still more selling pressure, actually. So volatility is working both ways right now. They're trying to line things up and match them up. One minute! The market is about to close here in 1 minute, you guys. Oh, man, what a day. What a day. We're going to do the recap here in a couple hours. But we're about to wrap it up here at LCAOD, man. This was the Stock Market Live today with LCAOD. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream. I ain't been live in about a year, you guys. Oh, cheek glaze. SPY coming down here. QQQ's coming down. Everything coming down. So we did have a 10-minute rate to the downside. NDQ coming down. SPX coming down. Uh-oh. So it's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. The market is looking very weak, you guys. We're about to close. You better make your picks. Ding, 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 ding. That is game. The Bulls. Let's see what happens. The Bulls closed better than the Bears today. Held the gap up, lost the gap up gains. Held some of the gap up gains. The NASDAQ sold off completely and didn't recover at all today. So the market actually closed mixed here. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Bulls or Bears, who's going to win? We got economic data coming out. Things going to push the market. As of right now, bear market barely slightly bullish momentum right now. Barely slightly bullish momentum. So keep that in mind. Things can flip. Things get red. You're going to see it get red here. Everything's going to be down by 1%. So that's what you're looking at right now. The market does look weak, but barely bullish momentum. We got a hopping bull right now. The bull hopped up this morning. It just woke up and jumped straight up and got stuck and came back down and it started to walk a little bit. But so as of right now, the score is we're back to even, you guys. We're back to square one. This market can go either way. We're going to see what happens tomorrow with all the economic data. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours doing the recap. But like I said, I hope y'all enjoyed this live stream with the business owner of LCAOD. Yeah, that's what it is, though. It looks even, man. It looks even. It's hard to say the Bulls won. If you do say the Bulls won today, it's almost a tie. You know what I'm saying? It's like barely, it's like you won by 1 second type action, but who knows? They're looking at the review to see if you got the shot off in time. So we don't know yet. We'll find out tomorrow, you guys, if you got the shot off in time. The market is closed. Dow closing more than 200 points higher. S&P 500 notches. Third day of wins. Its bank shares jump. So we're gonna see if the bank shares gonna continue to jump or slump. or the Fed's gonna continue to pump or dump. We'll see y'all in a couple hours, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening. We are about to wrap it up. Oh man, oh Nilly. Yeah, that's it, man, right there. Like I said, man, that was it. What a day. What a hell of a close. But like I said, I see y'all in a couple hours doing the recap, and we ain't gonna be able to do the live stream the rest of this week, man. I wish I could, but if anything changes, you'll know I'll be live and you'll see it. But I missed this, man. Like I said, I'm gonna try to do this once, maybe twice a month. Hopefully. But the recaps should be guaranteed. Unless something comes up with that. But other than that, I'll see y'all later, man. Y'all enjoy y'all evening. This was the live stream with LCAOD. This was the Stock Market Live of the SPY, QQQ's IWM, DIA, VIX, Microsoft, Netflix, Amazon with LCAOD. See how the market turns out tomorrow, you guys. See y'all in a couple of hours. Make sure you check out the recap. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Enjoy your evening. Hey, what? Sorry, I ain't say you. Oh, I'm out. Sherry talking to me. I'm gone. I'll let y'all, man. Hit the like and subscribe button. I hope you enjoyed the live stream. I'll see y'all in the recap. Peace. LCLD.